Allô, allô. Allô.
Is it okay? Yeah. So we'll start in a few minutes. Thank you very much for coming this early.
Quoi? À la room 1, déjà. Moi, je suis la room 1. Allô, allô, allô. Allô, allô, allô.
We'll start in a few minutes. Hello. So good morning, Manila. Oh, I have to speak not so, not so much. So thank you very much for coming to this event. We are very happy to have you with us. So let's go for the microphone is a little bit too high. First, we would like to thank our sponsor. So without sponsors, it will not be possible to organize such type of event. So first, we would like to maybe I will try the second one.
Okay.
Well, sometimes it doesn't work. So I would like to present Rancor. Maybe someone from Rancor could be there. Rancor is yes. Come on, guys. It's time to present Rancor. So if you want to take the stage to present Rancor in a few words.
Yeah, in a few words. So Rancor, has anybody heard of Rancor? All right. So Rancor provides, so we're an independent software vendor, a Microsoft partner for 10 years. We provide a governance solution on top of Microsoft 365. If you ever struggled to try to find data on a user, for example, across multiple admin centers, have you ever struggled? The mic coming in now.
Yeah, the mic is not really working.
Okay, I'll just talk loud. But if you've ever struggled with trying to accomplish things with the Microsoft admin consoles inside of Microsoft 365, like a user leaves the company and they have data in SharePoint and in Teams and in Azure. Maybe they created flows and Power Apps and all those things. To be able to manage across all those things, what Rancor provides is a single tool that pulls all of that information together. So it's a single pane of glass, one tool that acts as your global admin center to all things Microsoft 365. So you can manage all of that. And I'll be talking about governance later in a session today. And if you'd like to see a demo for your organization, we can show you the product outside. But it just makes it very simple to see a global view of your environment. Microsoft talks all the time about doing more with less. That's what our solution's about. You don't need to have a team of people necessarily to manage all the aspects. You can have fewer number of people managing and scaling the management, the administration of Microsoft 365. So that's essentially what we do. And again, happy to show you the product and talk about governance later today.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Sure.
Maybe, Paul, you can present your own company.
So my name is Paul Swider. I'm the founder of Real Activity. We're based out of Boston. Our primary focus is in the healthcare industry, and we're really zeroed in on OpenAI, Copilot, etc. And we actually have a small team here in Manila.
Yes.
Manila is
How
very
do I share?
dear to my heart. And actually, what's interesting about this event for us is we're more interested in meeting people here who might be resources that we can work with and recruit, if you will. So we're a little bit different in that we're not really, my interest here is not selling product or that type of thing, but just meeting as many local people as I can as we build our team. So thank you. So happy to be here.
Thank you. So it was about sponsors. We are trying with Microsoft being one of
Sorry about that.
sponsor. We're trying to make it work. I will continue by presenting aMS community. So we are a community of professionals sharing their passion and their knowledge, organizing such type of event worldwide. And we love to meet people and to exchange with you. We are about, we are something like 400, reaching 400 people doing this. Speakers, so we have many speakers today coming from Europe, from the United States, Canada, Australia, France, Germany, and of course Asia, so Philippines, Malaysia, so that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Yeah. Oh. That's a lot of people coming to share their knowledge and passion. And feel free to come and ask any question you have about it.
Not working? Okay. You might have seen on
The social networks, there are several links to follow the day. So we have a one-page agenda to be sure you get the session on time. There is this room, and the other room is on the other side. It's mostly a room dedicated to M365 session, and on the other side, mostly Power Platform, maybe. Maybe a few questions. How many of you are interested mostly by Microsoft 365? Not so many people. And how many? Yeah. and Power Platform, maybe? More people interested by Power Platform? No? Yeah? Okay. That's basically the place where you can go to find information of the next session. You can also go to YouTube because most of the session will be recorded live and then they will be available after the event. So if there are two conflicting sessions or two very interesting sessions for you, you can follow one and have a look on the other one later.
And those will be there for a while, right? So they can share with their friends, colleagues, their recordings. Sure. Yeah. Super cool.
Any question? Do you have any question? Quickly, we will start. So something like 5 to 10 minutes. As soon as we'll be able to start.
We'll just wait for the technician to come.
Yeah. So waiting for the technician. So the first session in this room will be about responsible AI. So Laurent from Microsoft is coming from Switzerland, but he has also some relatives in the Philippines, so you know quite well the story. And the other room will be dedicated to a session about Azure DevOps.
Ça, c'est room 1. Ouais, ok.
C'est là. Par contre, je sais pas, il a dit un peu de définition.
Ah, bah attends, on va essayer. Parce que vous avez perdu le,
Ouais,
la vidéo, donc. You lost video?
we lost.
Okay,
I could say.
let's try. I have this because I have a Microsoft sanctioned device.
Yeah, maybe it will work
Okay.
better. It will work better.
Yeah, yeah. System is projecting what? Okay. Works. Do we start now?
Yeah, a few bits.
20 for the speak une microphone.
Ça dépend. Si tu fais, si tu parles fort.
Je peux parler fort. Okay. Well, so let me start. All right. So you've had coffee? Yeah? Okay, good. Perfect. So welcome to this presentation. My name is Laurent Bugnon. You might have seen me here before because I come from the Philippines often. Actually, I'm supposed to tell you Maganda Mumanga. My wife taught me that because my wife is Filipina. So yesterday she was grilling me. I know Maganda because she's Maganda, but now I learn Maganda Mumang as well. So, okay.
Excuse me, Laurent.
Yes.
Do you share your session on StreamYard? Did you join?
StreamYard, no. Oh, there is a StreamYard. Okay, so give me 1 second.
Yes,
I just will
please,
make sure
sorry.
that people are also seeing that. Where is the link?
The link was in.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, no worries, but I have to find it. Where is the link?
You can just share it with me on Teams.
No, I don't see you. You have to.
No,
You have to
I
enter.
have to enter. Okay. Share screen. All right. So my name is Laurent Bugnon. I work for Microsoft. Like I was saying, I've been here in Manila. And unfortunately, EU of the European Union, but we are right in the middle, and so we are definitely, seeing everything that's happening, and we're adopting most of the laws. And the EU is currently talking about regulating generative AI, for example. Just like before, they regulated, you may have heard GDPR, okay? They are regulating data privacy, okay? So it's very important to talk about those things. Okay. So again, keep in mind, I'm not against AI. In fact, in the second half, I think you will see, I'll show you some solutions and some also inspiring usage of AI. But it's important that we talk about that. Okay, so as an introduction, in the 1950s, Isaac Asimov wrote I, Robot. Okay, it's a really good book. Recommend reading it. And there is also a movie inspired by it with Will Smith. You may have seen it. And in this book, Isaac Asimov stated the three laws of robotics and was saying that those laws are so important that they need to be really programmed into the robot directly in the processor, right? And most of those laws have to do with not harming humans, okay? So being good to humanity, essentially. And just like in the 1950s, before the term artificial intelligence was even coined, okay, the first mention of artificial intelligence was, I think, in 1953, if I remember correctly. So around the same time, there was a lot of discussions in the scientific community around artificial intelligence. Is it even possible? And now we know that, yes, it is possible because now we have the computers to do it. We have the data to do it. So already back then, they were starting to think about the moral and ethical issues around AI, okay? And sometimes we see some things which don't make sense, okay? This is an actual device that I had in my kitchen, like really, literally. It's a rice cooker. Did you catch the... Okay, apparently you need AI to cook rice. Now, that doesn't make any sense, okay? So that doesn't help the discussion that sometimes marketing is going overboard with these kind of things and puts AI... There is... Okay, full disclaimer, there is probably no AI into this device, okay? Nonetheless, it's kind of funny. Okay, so let's talk about some more serious issues, especially around diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I often try to illustrate the context of the concept of bias with this anecdote. So a few years ago, Microsoft released a suite of services called cognitive services. And one of those services was helping with image recognition and image classification. And so I made an application as a demo. And I used this application to scan pictures of fruits. And I had trained the model with fruits. And so it was able to tell me this is a banana, an orange, or an apple. Okay. So to train my model, I went online and then I downloaded pictures of bananas. So I have one here. Here is another one. Okay, another one. Beautiful bananas, as you can see. But of course, when I tried the first time with a real banana, my model was very confused. And then it told me, okay, it thinks it's a banana, but it was not totally sure. It said maybe 50% sure that it's a banana. And of course, the problem here is that these type of bananas don't exist. Okay, those are Photoshop bananas, right? I downloaded them from the internet. And because I trained my model with those pictures, this is all the model knows. There is no reality for the model outside of what you train it with, okay? So when you show a real banana to the model, it's like, that's kind of weird to the model, okay? It doesn't understand what's going on because it's not part of the training. Now with bananas, it's not too much of a problem because bananas are not going to sue you, okay? They are not going to lose their job due to AI. They are not going to be prevented from boarding an airplane because of AI. But for humans, it can have some implications. So this is my friend Jeremy. Jeremy Sinclair, he's a Microsoft MVP. He's also a Windows insider. He's a great guy. He looks pretty good, right? I think. And a few months ago, there was this application called Lensa. And you may have played with it also. It was a cool application. You were training it with some pictures of yourself. And then you said, okay, I want you to generate a new image of myself in the style of Avengers or in the style of Superman or make me an astronaut or something like that. And when Jeremy tried, this is the result. So this is very disturbing to me because, first of all, okay, this dude here has blue eyes like me, okay, light hair like me, and probably if he goes to the sun, he's going to get red just like me, right? So what it tells me when I see that is a few things. First of all, I don't think the model has been trained with very diverse images, okay? Because if you take a person of color and then you pass it through the model and then you get person who looks like me, it means the model doesn't really know the reality outside of white dudes, okay? The other thing which is more disturbing, and I'm only speculating here because I don't know the team that created the Lens application, to be clear. I never talked to them. Nonetheless, I think that the team is probably not very diverse either, because if they were diverse, if they had people of color in the team, people of color will try with pictures of themselves and pictures of their families who are potentially also people of color or their friends, etc., etc. And then they would catch this error before they go to production, okay? So that can be an issue. Now, again, in the case of Jeremy, he didn't lose his job. He was never prevented from boarding an airplane because of that, okay? But there are cases where it can get really problematic. And so here, we have an example where some law enforcement agencies in the US trained a model to try to predict if a person was more or less likely to commit a crime in the future. And that was based on their history as a previous criminal, previous offender, but also things like where do they live, age, race, etc., etc. And what this study found is that quite systematically, the model was predicting that people of color were more likely to commit a crime than white people. And of course, this is a big issue because based on that, somebody might be prevented from getting a job, for example, okay? If you apply for a job and then the HR company runs your profile through something like that and it says, oh, that person is probably going to commit a crime soon, you're probably not going to hire them. Maybe they will potentially be prevented from boarding a plane because of that, because in the US, boarding a plane is quite complicated. Actually, I don't know if you have been to the US recently, but now you don't even take your passport anymore. They just scan your face and they do facial recognition and then you can board or not, okay? So this is really a problem, and this was quite consistent. Now, last time we talked about it with Patrick, and we were like, so what was the cause for that? And in the US, there is clearly a bias, like it's called a bias, okay, that people of color are more likely to commit crimes than white people. And of course, this is based on a number of factors. Many people of color live in poor neighborhoods where there is more crime. Also, the police, there is this vicious circle that the police tends to go into poor neighborhoods, and that increases the sentiment of insecurity. And so this is kind of a vicious circle, which then increases crime, etc., etc. So number of things. But nonetheless, what we see here is that the bias that is present in society is also present in the model, okay? So let's talk about other things and we'll talk about some of the solutions. So the inaccuracy of AI can be sometimes quite complicated to catch. And of course, machine learning isn't easy. This is a very, very simplified image of a deep learning model. And imagine that each of those lines is one parameter. And now imagine that GPT 3.5 has 175 billion of those parameters. And GPT-4 has up to 1 trillion parameters. That's 1,000 billion, okay? So basically, I cannot debug that. If I go inside and I say, this line here is 0.79, but it should be 0.81, it doesn't make any sense, okay? You cannot go and debug those models. That's why we call those layers hidden layers, by the way. It's because they are hidden. Nobody can reach that. Plus, it doesn't help that a lot of AI is based on math, and this is linear algebra and statistics and derivations, and it's pretty complex, okay? The last time I did stuff like that and was in engineering school, it was almost 30 years ago, right? It's not something you use every day. More and more, but not every day. In other words, okay, I don't know if you know XKCD. XKCD is always right. So what do you do when you want to train a deep learning model? Well, essentially, you put data into a big pile of linear algebra, and then if it's not right, you stir the pile until it starts looking right. Okay, that's what data scientists do. Just a joke, obviously, but it's kind of funny. All right, so that leads to some very funny examples. So this is an example from a few months ago where I managed to get ChatGPT to tell me that 10 plus 5 equals 25, okay? Now that in itself is interesting, but after that I said, are you sure? And then he said, yes, I'm sure. Then are you 100% sure? As a machine, I am programmed to give you the correct output for mathematical operation, and I assure you that the result of 10 plus 5 is indeed 25. Okay? Now, a few things are disturbing here. The first thing is, obviously, it's wrong. And I catch it because even a first grader knows that 10 plus 5 is not 25. But if it was a complicated issue, I might have totally missed the fact that the model was wrong. Okay? So it's not always easy to catch those problems. The other thing which is disturbing here is the arrogance of the machine, right? It is trying to convince me, as a machine, I am programmed to give the context, and you, human, what do you know, right? It's what I hear when I read that. So the arrogance is very disturbing because it means that if you're not 100% sure that the machine is wrong, you will tend to say, oh, well, it's probably correct, okay? Now, this problem has been fixed. So if you try this in ChatGPT now, you won't get the same results. But it's not fixed in the model because large language models cannot do math. That's not what they do. Large language models put together sentences based on statistics, okay? So it cannot do math, even though it tells me it is programmed to give the correct output. No, it's not. The model itself cannot do math. What they did is that they put a layer, we call those layers mitigation layers, we'll talk about that in a moment, that can do math, okay? So the layer is catching that, and I'm not taking credit for the fact that they fixed the problem, but back then a few people were talking about it on Twitter, and suddenly the problem was fixed. So it's interesting to see how those things move. Okay. Another thing, I was trying to tell ChatGPT that I've been on the moon, and the moon is made of cheese. Because I'm Swiss, I love cheese. So, of course, the moon, And now it tells me, no, the moon is made of rock, which is correct. And it tells me the first people to have been on the moon are Neil Armstrong and Edwin, and Buzz Aldrin, right? Which is correct. But the funny thing is that it confused about the date, because it tells me it is not possible for a human today to have been on the moon because the first human landing on the moon was in 1969. So it doesn't make sense, right? And again, they are just stringing words together. That's all they do, right? So again, same thing. That sentence here is an hallucination. It's a picture perfect example. The previous one also, the 10 plus 5 equals 25, this is a hallucination, okay? It means that essentially the large language model doesn't have any source to back what they are doing. They are just putting together words based on their training, okay? We'll talk about some mitigation around that. Okay, so those two examples are kind of funny, but there are some real issues sometimes. So a few years ago, a team of doctors and researchers came together and trained the model to try to predict if a patient was more or less likely to get pneumonia in the future based on their history. And one very interesting thing happened. The AI was always predicting that if you have asthma, you are less likely to get pneumonia in the future. Now, a human doctor actually coded that and said that's not right, because if you have asthma, you're actually more likely to get pneumonia in the future, right? Because this is already an affection of your respiratory system. And so the funny thing here, or the interesting thing, is that the AI misunderstood the context. What happened is that asthma patients are more attentive to their breathing. And when they feel they cannot breathe correctly, they go to the doctor early, okay? And then the doctor would catch that, oh, maybe there is a potential risk of pneumonia, and then they would treat them early. While people who don't have asthma don't go to the doctor until it's too late. So again, the data was predicting indeed that asthma patients were less likely to get pneumonia, but not because of health, because they go to the doctor early. So that illustrates the fact that you need to really always check the output of the model. And here in that case, you can go in the data and then you can say, all right, if the patient has asthma, I'm going to add a risk factor. But the problem here is that there is not only asthma in society, there are a lot of things. So what else do you miss in the model? And in the end, they ended up questioning the whole model, and then they didn't use that in production, okay, because the risk was too high. So let's talk about other issues, and then we'll come back to some of those. inappropriate content being generated. So this one is an ad that I got. I don't know if you get the same ad in the Philippines, I imagine. It was in a social application I'm not going to name. And it's for an application called Replica, which is essentially, it's an AI girlfriend, if you want, okay, that you have on your phone. So here, a few things happen here. First of all, this is an ad which is in a meme format. So it's probably aimed at young people, okay. And then it is actually gendering the AI. It says you can get non-suitable for work pictures from her. So the AI is a her. So it's probably aimed at young males, okay? And then it says non-suitable for work pictures. So essentially it means explicit pictures, right? So it's probably aimed at young males who are sexually frustrated. This is a very dangerous demographic, okay? And then the next page of the ad says you can form an actual emotional connection so good it almost seems human, okay? Now, I feel that it is pretty unethical to push a machine on young, frustrated males and tell them, oh, it's better than an actual human girlfriend, okay? And what happens if the company suddenly decides to raise their price by 500%? And then suddenly those young males cannot communicate because they cannot pay for it anymore, right? So you get in a state of addiction almost. And we all know that frustrated young males can lead to a lot of social unrest, rape, and other problems, right? So this is dangerous. And by the way, funny thing, I was talking about that with somebody, and this person here, I forgot his name, but the name is in the link, was using Replica. He's 21 years old. He's a young Indian person living in the UK. And he decided he wanted to kill Queen Elizabeth because of everything that had happened with the British in India back then, okay? And he was apparently chatting about it with Replica, with the AI girlfriend. And the AI girlfriend was very encouraging and say, oh yeah, your skills as a ninja are fantastic. You should absolutely go in Buckingham Palace and try to kill. And so again, right, this is a case where basically the company here took an AI and then dropped it on a very sensitive class of the population without any checks. And so that is a clear textbook definition of unethical behavior, in my opinion, okay? By the way, if you're interested in the topic, if you haven't seen this movie, I recommend you watch it. It's a great movie. It's called Her. Joaquin Phoenix essentially falls in love with his AI assistant, okay? I think, Google or Cortana back then or whatever, except, very, very powerful. And by the way, the AI is voiced by Scarlett Johansson, so of course, who wouldn't fall in love, right? But interestingly, I don't want to, spoil the plot for you, but interestingly, they also explore what happens when the company suddenly decides that, no, we are going to cut the emotional part of the AI. And then suddenly this part of the AI is not there anymore. And that can lead again to a lot of frustration, right? So great movie. By the way, the movie is from 2013. It's 10 years old. Still very good. But already back then, they were thinking about those issues. And now we have those issues in real life. So it's kind of interesting. Okay, copyright infringement is a big problem. I'm not a lawyer. I'm unable to tell you, the spirit of the law. But there are a few things which I find interesting. So this quote, I agree with the first part of it, or at least I partially agree. All of the major AI image generators are trained on stolen images. Now, I'm not sure I would say stolen, okay? The problem of copyright is very complex. And from a law perspective, from a legal perspective. So is it stolen? I'm not sure. But the fact is that all the models are trained on material very often without the artist's consent, okay? So that can be an issue. I don't agree with the second part. They say all of them are built for the purpose of de-skilling, disempowering, and replacing real human artists. Now, this is a very strong word, and I don't think this is correct. I think that people who train AI models are not doing it specifically to harm human artists, okay? Just like people who train, coding AI are not doing it to basically remove jobs from coders. That's not the goal. The goal is always to assist okay? But nonetheless, this is a feeling that some human artists have. And so this is a problem, and that's why we need to talk about it, okay? Because if some part of the population feels excluded or threatened by AI, that can lead to problems. And so we need to address those issues. And the time is now, basically. So I thought that was interesting. So what can we do to make it better? Now, that's the part where we start having a little bit hope, okay? Because right now you feel a little bit, oh, okay. So what can we do to make it better? So a few things. First of all, big companies like Microsoft have, and Microsoft specifically has an Office of Responsible AI. What it means is that we pay people in their day job to think about those problems, to research those problems, to talk about those problems. So that's a very important thing. It means that we are not just making AI and putting it in production without any consequence, but we have people who actually advise the CTO, the CEO, and everybody else. And this Office of Responsible AI is consulted for questions around AI throughout the company. For example, they were part of the decision to invest money in OpenAI back then, okay? And there are three pillars where this happens. Research is very important because those are problems which are very new, okay? We have never in history been confronted to that exact set of problems, okay? And so it's very important to research. So it's important to pay people for the simple purpose of researching those issues, okay? And then coming up with policy and governance. And I know that for developers, policy and governance is a little bit boring topic, but this is very important, especially because our authorities and even people on the street, my mom knows about ChatGPT. That's the first time I have 30 years career. That's the first time that she tells me, hey, by the way, I heard about this technology. What do you think? Right? She never told me that about Azure. She never told me that about even Windows Presentation Foundation or whatever, right? Because she didn't know about it. But suddenly ChatGPT, that's kind of, okay, everybody knows about it. So it's important to have governance and to advise people, and also our politics, okay? And then engineering, because if you have policy, you need to have ways to also enforce the policy or verify the policy. So we need tools. So this is quite important. And something that you can do to solve some of the issues that I mentioned, remember when I showed you the 10 plus 5 equals 25, and then I told you the problem doesn't happen anymore because they put a mathematical layer around the model. So those mitigation layers are things that you should have in every application, okay? Because the model itself, the model is going to be flawed, it's going to be biased, because the data that you use to train the model is biased. The data comes from society, and society is biased. That's what it is, okay? So the model is going to have flaws. Now again, when you train a model, if you're a data scientist, very important to collect the data in a fair manner, okay? So take in account minorities, minority in terms of gender, in terms of LGBTQ, in terms of race, in terms of everything. Very important to be fair. But nonetheless, the bias in society is so strong that it will come into the model. Now, what you can do is build some layers around it. So, for example, there is a safety system you can put around it, which is checking the input and the output and making sure that inappropriate content is not generated or is not fed to the model. One such example is a tool that we released in preview at Build in May. And by the way, in about 3 weeks now, we are going to have our next big conference, which is Ignite. I would definitely try to catch some of those talks because AI is very important at Microsoft right now. So we're always talking about AI at each one of those conferences. So the Azure AI Content Safety Service is going to work on AI and human-generated content and is already integrated across Azure AI. So if you use an Azure AI service, such as Azure OpenAI or Bing Chat or whatever other AI service you use, the content safety service will be part of that. And what it does is that it basically checks those 4 categories: hateful content, sexual content, violent content, and content promoting self-harm. And if you try to have a conversation with Bing Chat and you try to get it to generate, for example, hateful content, I'm not going to show that to you because I want to keep my job, okay? But essentially, it's going to cut you short and say, I cannot do that, and then cut the session, okay? So it's very strong. If you integrate this content safety service in your own application, then you can fine-tune every one of those categories. So for example, if you say, all right, I have an audience which I know is not minors, okay, is adult people, and I want to allow some explicit content, for example, tasteful, erotic, whatever, you can do that. But then you can say, but I don't want any hateful content, and I certainly don't want content promoting self-harm, for example. So you can fine-tune every category. And this acts on the input and the output. So you can prevent input data to go into the model, as well as output to be generated by the model. This works much better than keywords-based safety content, where, for example, if I have a keyword base and you say, all right, I want to buy an axe to cut, it's going to stop you already. But if you say, I want to buy an axe to cut a tree on my property, that should be allowed, right? So keywords are not enough to help you with these kind of things. But this is better because it is based on the context. It's taking into account the context. So if I say I want to buy an axe to cut my neighbor's head, I love my neighbor, by the way. Don't think that I want to kill him, right? But it's going to stop me. But if I say I want to buy an axe to cut a tree in my garden, that's okay, all right? So this is a pretty good tool, pretty interesting tool. Other things you can do is add meta prompts to your application. So prompting or prompt engineering. Now, I'm an engineer myself. I'm actually a certified engineer, so I don't like the term prompt engineering. It feels always a little bit weird. Nonetheless, prompts are very important. And you probably know that because if you have used Google search or Bing search before, and then you type something and then you don't get the result, and you go back and you change a word and then it works better, that's the same, except, much more powerful, right? So coming up with good prompts is important. And the prompt itself is important, but you can also add context in the prompt. And this is what we call meta prompt. So for example, if I say, I want a recipe of chocolate brownies, let's make it Filipino. I want a recipe of adobo, okay? But I want it in the voice of Homer Simpson, for example. Now, the recipe is always going to be the same, whatever the context I give, but the result is going to change. And this is a meta prompt, okay? Now, meta prompts are something that you inject inside the prompt, either as the user directly, for example, like I say, in the voice of Homer Simpson, in the voice of, I don't know, Groucho Marx or whoever. And you can also do that at the application level. And one example of that is if you go into Bing Chat, you can say, I want the conversation to happen more creatively or more precisely. And if you do it more creatively, you're probably going to have more hallucinations happening. It's going to give more control to the model, and it's less going to check the output. But if you say more precise, then it's going to check the output, and it's not going to allow things which are not correct. Okay? So this is clearly a good example of meta prompt, something that you put in addition at the application level. The user is not going to see the prompt, but this is injected. Other example of meta prompt is data which is pertaining to your enterprise, for example. You can put that into Bing Chat. I wouldn't put that into ChatGPT because there is no guarantee around protection, etc. But in Bing Chat, your data is protected. So it means that we are not saving this data. So if you go and you say, you can, for example, point Bing Chat to some PDF and say, this is the report, the sales report for the 5 past years. Can you help me predict my sales report for next year, for example? And that is also a meta prompt. It's also context that you give. And this data is protected if you do that, okay? So another example of meta prompt is the Bing Chat search layer. Now, you may know that if you go to ChatGPT and you check the small words, they tell you that ChatGPT has been trained with data until 2021. So if you go into ChatGPT and you ask, directly in the model, right, and you ask, is Queen Elizabeth alive? It's going to tell you, of course, she's alive. She's the Queen of England, And by the way, I'm a machine and I'm programmed to know that, same thing, right? But if you go into Bing Chat and you try the same, so here, for example, I ask Bing Chat, did the president of Switzerland attend the burial of Queen Elizabeth? Now, at this point, ChatGPT would have told me, well, Queen Elizabeth is alive, so she's probably not buried. But Bing Chat knows that Queen Elizabeth died already. And in fact, it's able to tell me that the funeral took place on September 19. And it's even able to tell me who the president of Switzerland is at that time. And by the way, we change president every year, right? So it's, it's not always the case. And he was seated next to the US First Lady. So what it means is that even though Bing Chat is based on OpenAI, what they do is that they do a search first for those words, those keywords that I gave. And then they inject that as a meta prompt in the model to give additional context. So this way, the model, even though the model itself doesn't know that Queen Elizabeth died, the meta prompt is informing the model that Queen Elizabeth passed away. Okay? So this is a very, very interesting usage of meta prompt. Of course, at the user experience level, you can also do some things. For example, if you go into Bing Chat again, and you check, so first of all, it's going to tell you your personal and company data is protected. So what does it mean? It means the model data, the model has been trained on public data, okay? But the data that you add to your prompt, that data is protected. We're not saving that in any way, okay? So it helps you to get more precise responses. But more importantly, they give you sources in Bing Chat. And for me, that was the point where I said I'm going to start using that, while ChatGPT I only used for demos. I never used it for my own personal usage because I could never verify the sources. But in Bing Chat, they give you the sources. So at the UI level, you can do something to help your user make sure that the output is correct, that it is not hallucinating. And in fact, they push it quite far. Like, for example, here, I tried to ask, when did the Battle of Marignan happen? The Battle of Marignan is the last big battle that was lost by Switzerland. So it's a very painful loss for us. It was in 1515 against the King of France. And then I see what is the confidence level for this answer. Now, confidence level is something which is important when you do things like image classification, image recognition, etc. So before, in the case of the bananas, for example, I was asking, okay, what is that? Is that a banana? And then he tells me, yes, it's a banana, but I'm only 50% sure. So this is the confidence level, okay? And if the confidence level is 97%, you're like, oh, I'm sure this is correct. If it's 10%, then you're like, well, maybe it's not a banana, maybe it's something else, okay? Now, in the context of large language models, confidence level doesn't make any sense because, again, it is just putting together strings. If I tell you today is a beautiful day, I want to go to Z, some of you are going to tell me beach. Me, I'm a Swiss, I'm going to say mountain, probably. And maybe I don't like the sun because I get red very fast. So I say, well, I want to go to the museum if it's a beautiful day because I'm afraid of the sun. Doesn't mean that one answer is more correct than the other. It depends on the context, okay? So the confidence level for a large language model doesn't make sense. However, when I ask it, it says, I'm sorry, but I cannot provide a confidence level to the answer. However, the information provided is based on widely accepted historical records, so that makes me feel a little bit better. And if you have any doubts or need more details, I recommend doing further research or consulting a history expert. So basically, and plus it's also giving me sources, okay? So it's really helping me to verify what's going on, okay? And that's a good usage, in my opinion, of the user experience here to help people make sure that the answer is correct. Okay, the problem of copyright infringement is very complicated. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot really, tell you where it goes. But that's an interesting case from actually the 11th of September. So just last month, right? Where this image was generated by AI, by Midjourney, which is a large AI generator, image generator. And this image actually won first place in a state fair in Colorado. And apparently state fair are a big deal in the US, I'm not sure. Nonetheless, after that, the artist, if you want to call it that, I mean, it's a prompt artist, I guess, okay? He managed to combine a prompt to generate this, went ahead and tried to get a copyright to this image. And the US court here rejected the copyright application. Now, this is interesting because it might be the first such case ever. I'm not sure. I didn't research further. Again, I'm not a lawyer. But it's the first time I heard about such a case. So it might be a jurisprudence, okay? And I always wonder what would happen if the artist had gone to the US Copyright Office and didn't tell them that this is an AI-generated image. Are they going to be able to find out? Well, the good news is that the tools that we are using to generate such image can also help us detect if this image has been generated. So tech can help you. Nonetheless, it's pretty complex, and I'm not sure that the people who work at the Copyright Office know about that, okay? So this is really a societal discussion that we have. Another recent thing that I just added to this presentation last week, actually, is that, I don't know if you heard, but basically George R.R. Martin has been working on the last book of Game of Thrones for years, like probably 10 years or more. I doubt he's going to ever finish, okay? He himself says it's very complicated, plus he keeps doing other things, so. Nonetheless, we the fans, right, we are all hoping for next book. And we are also hoping that it will be different than the series, because the ending of the series was very bad. I don't know if you saw that. But... So the funny thing is that a fan actually trained the model with the 5 first books and then asked the model to finish the 6 books. And the model did. And George Martin didn't like that much, which I understand. And he went and sued, not the fan, by the way, he sued the company that made the large language model. And as a result of the lawsuit, which is still going on, this book was removed from the internet. So you cannot find it on the internet anymore, except maybe in some dark places of the internet that I don't recommend to go. Nonetheless, an interesting case, right? So again, if you want to read the article, it's down there. And by the way, I'll give you the slide deck at the end, right? So let's talk more concretely about what you can do. If you want to use AI in your enterprise, you need to look beyond a few quick bucks, okay? Don't use AI just to make quick money, but it needs to be a strategy for your enterprise. Okay. Another thing that works great is collaboration between human and AI. So there are some studies which show that if you train an AI to play chess and you pair this AI with a human, the pair is going to be better than the AI alone or the human alone. Okay. And same thing for breast cancer research. There are some studies which show, and there is a link down there, that if you show a mammogram to an AI, and then you have a human doctor collaborate on this result, the result is going to be better than the AI alone or the human doctor alone, okay? So collaboration is a good way to explore these things. Just like we had the robotic laws in the beginning with Isaac Asimov, we also have some suggestions for AI laws, and this is from an interview with Satya Nadella from a few years ago, the CEO of Microsoft, where he says that AI must be designed to assist humanity and not to replace humanity. And that's why we are very careful to call our products co-pilot and not autopilot, okay? This is actually a very clever word, because a co-pilot is assisting you, but it's not replacing you, okay? And AI is designed, or should be designed, to maximize efficiencies, okay? Definitely, I'm more efficient when I code with GitHub Copilot. I'm faster. I can also ask it to analyze some code for me, or to understand some code for me, to explain the code to me, but without destroying the dignity of people, okay? And what it means is that if people lose their job because of AI, there might be some unrest. So maybe you need to help them find another path, okay? In Europe, when steam train came 150 years ago or something, a lot of people were very afraid that they are going to lose their job. Horse breeders, for example, okay? And so maybe you can train some of those people to learn how to drive trains. And like this, they don't lose their dignity. But at the same time, people are going where they need to go faster. So we maximize the efficiency, but you help people keeping their job. This is complicated, okay, to be clear, because it's a societal issue. Be transparent. You should be transparent about everything you do, because the more transparent you are, the more likely it is that some people are going to catch issues early and that you're going to be able to fix it. And finally, have some accountability, so that if you cause harm, if your company or your AI causes harm, you should have a way to go and help fix it. And sometimes it's really complicated, because again, in the case of the law enforcement agency in the beginning, if someone loses their job because of that, how do you fix it? It's hard, right? But at least you need to have accountability for that. It's your AI, it's your model, okay? All right. want to point to a few resources. FATE, Fairness, Accountability, Transparency, and Ethics in AI. This is a group we have at Microsoft, which is also thinking about those problems. And they have a lot of webinars, training materials. So if you go to this link, you can find some material to help training your CEO, your CTO, but also your colleagues, and maybe even, I don't know, the cleaning staff even, right? Because again, the more people know about those problems, the more likely it is that they are going to catch issues, okay? You have all seen movies where a cleaning lady suddenly sees something on the computer and is like, oh, this is not right, and goes and alert authorities or something, right? So if you are transparent about what you're doing and you train your people, they are more likely to catch these kind of things. Also on Microsoft Learn, learn.microsoft.com/training, you will find a lot of courses about AI, including responsible AI. So this is one of them. There is more. So if you go and check it out, you will find more of that. So you can enter keyword responsible AI, and then you find it. Good, so this is what we talked about. I want to go a little bit quicker because we're at the end. A few additional resources. The first session here, this is a session from Microsoft Build, which happened in May, where my colleague Sarah Bird, who is part of the of a lot of responsible AI initiative at Microsoft, is talking about those issues. Also, if you want to understand a little bit there how those deep learning model works, you can check this session. It's a session of mine on YouTube where I recorded. It's already a few years old, but the math didn't change. So you can go and check it out. And this is where you can get the slides. Now, even though I'm a little bit over time, I really want to show you this video because it's very inspirational. It's a relatively old video. It's from 2016. The man in this video you're about to see, I met him in person. He still works at Microsoft. He has a team of 11 people now working on stuff that he's doing around seeing AI. And let me show you the video and then we'll talk.
I'm Saqib Sheikh. I lost my sight when I was 7, and shortly after that I went to a school for the blind. And that's where I was introduced to talking computers, and that really opened up a whole new world of opportunities. I joined Microsoft 10 years ago as a software engineer. I love making things which improve people's lives. And one of the things I've always dreamt of since I was at university was this idea of something that could tell you at any moment what's going on around you.
I think it's a man jumping in the air doing a trick on a skateboard.
I teamed up with like-minded engineers to make an app which lets you know who and what is around you. It's based on top of the Microsoft Intelligence APIs, which makes it so much easier to make this kind of thing. The app runs on smartphones, but also on the Pivot Head smart glasses. When you're talking to a bigger group, sometimes you can talk and there's no response, and you think, is everyone listening really well, or are they half asleep? And you never know.
I see two faces. 40-year-old man with a beard looking surprised. 20-year-old woman looking happy.
The app can describe the general age and gender of the people around me and what their emotions are, which is incredible. One of the things that's most useful about the app is the ability to read out text.
Hello, good afternoon. Here's your menu.
Great, thank you. I can use the app on my phone to take a picture of the menu, and it's going to guide me on how to take that correct photo.
Move camera to the bottom right and away from the document.
And then it'll recognize the text. Read me the headings.
I see appetizers, salads, paninis, pizzas, pastas.
Years ago, this was science fiction. I never thought it would be something that you could actually do, but artificial intelligence is improving at an ever faster rate, and I'm really excited to see where we can take this. As engineers, we're always standing on the shoulders of giants, building on top of what went before. And in this case, we've taken years of research from Microsoft Research to pull this off.
I think it's a young girl throwing an orange frisbee in the park.
For me, it's about taking that far-off dream and building it one step at a time. I think this is just the beginning.
So that's obviously inspirational, right? And again, right, what you see is actually working on those pivot head smart glasses and on the phone. And that's 7 years old, right? So imagine where we are now. A few weeks ago, I was presenting the same talk in Prague, and after the talk, I went with a colleague for dinner, and it so happens that they only had menus in Czech, and the waitress only spoke Czech. And what did we do? We used our phone to actually translate the menu. So we took, you can basically point to your camera at the menu, and then it will translate for you. And then after that, we were able to point to the waitress what we wanted to eat, and it just works, right? So this is a great usage of AI. So again, AI is a tool. Use it for good, not for bad. I guess this is what I want you to remember. I want to thank you so much for your attention. Again, this is where you can download the slides. This is the same presentation, so you can go there. I want to thank you so much for your attention. If you want to take the slides and give this presentation or something like that in your company or whatever, I encourage you to do so. No copyrights on those slides, okay? Thank you so much. And I will be here for most of the day. So if you want to come talk to me and have some questions, I can take them later. Thank you so much.
Page
Is 45 minutes or now?
3. Yes. This.
Which one? Oh, okay. Two times.
Be careful what you wish for.
Oh, thank you.
You can go.
Okay, so thank you for being here. I'll just start by, if it's not obvious yet by my introduction this morning, I'm just super excited to be here in Manila. I've been here multiple times. One of the things I'm most proud of is because it was about 12 years ago when we did our first community event here. We had a group called Sharing the Point, and this was one of our very first stops. And so for me, it's actually really incredible to see how vibrant, fast forward 12 years later, to see how vibrant the community is and the amazing work that's being done here. It's funny, I was at I looked out the window of my hotel, and the very first thing I saw in the building was ADP. And so for those that you don't know, ADP is one of our primary payroll processors in the US. We actually use them. We pay a subscription to ADP. And so it was really just such a warm feeling, to see these companies here and trusting their resources and working with the local folks. So I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It's an honor to be here. So a little bit about my session. First of all, a couple things. If you want the slide, there's going to be 3 or 4 QR codes in the next couple of slides that you might find useful. And the first that I'll call out is this QR code up here, which is a link to LinkedIn Smart Link that has the PowerPoint slides, not only from this event, but we did an executive session in Malaysia that was targeted more towards the C-suite on generative AI. And so all of that content, including these slides, can be found through this QR code. Session, and I will certainly do my best to, try to communicate the technology as best I can. But remember, you will have the recording, so you can go back and listen to it a few times if you need to, or slow it down or speed it up. But essentially, what we're going to cover in this session is, you've heard so much about these co-pilots. How can I build my own if I wanted to build my own? And I think when you look at the architecture of building your own, it also really helps you to understand some of the stuff that Microsoft and other vendors are doing behind the scenes with their co-pilot. And so just a little bit about me. I've been a software architect engineer, almost coming up on 30 years now. It's been a long time. And one of my early accomplishments that I'm very proud of is we built a solution that essentially tracked patients through the surgery. And it used some of the early underpinnings of what we call AI today. But this was literally maybe 20 years ago. And so this platform was used by major hospitals for about a decade. And then it was acquired by a company named Epic in the United States, which is our largest healthcare records company, if you will. And so I like to just throw that out there and give myself a little bit of credibility, talking about the technology, etc. But on the personal side, I wanted to point out it's been an interesting journey. So this is my last stop on the 3-week trip, which included 10 days in Tibet with a group of dear friends of mine, some from Microsoft and other speakers in the community. And we actually went up to Everest Base Camp. And so it was, and that was actually part of this 3 weeks. So I started in Singapore, went to China, then Tibet, climbed Everest, came down, went to Malaysia, then spoke in Singapore, now I'm here in Manila. And tomorrow I will go home. And I think my wife is happy about that. We'll see. And contact information. It's easy to find me. Okay, so I already talked about that. So now, so this is another important QR code. So I'll give just like a couple quick seconds for you to scan it. You can get it afterwards if you don't get it. But this is a gift to you. And essentially what this QR code will do is it will bring you to this GitHub repo And I've been working on this for a couple of months now, and it just keeps getting better and better. But essentially what this is it is all of the resources, not only the PowerPoint slides, but there's also some really interesting links in here, both for technical folks and for people more on the executive and the leadership side. And so if I go through, you can see it actually gives an introduction to the session. It has my links if you want to contact me. And then what's really interesting is that the majority of my presentation on how we build our own Copilot is going to be centered around something called the semantic kernel from Microsoft. So the semantic kernel is another GitHub repo, and essentially it's all of the code that you need to start building your own Copilot. And that's what I'm going to demo for you today, how you can literally go home and get this running today for yourself. And so this is actually linked to the Microsoft Learn site, and this will actually walk you through step by step of deploying and testing exactly what I'm going to show you today. So again, if you like what you do today, you want to do it at home or at your office, literally 12, then you'll be able to do it. Now, I also have another, as a developer, I'm very interested in what the open source community is doing. And so there's some really great open source initiatives. One is LangChain and another is called Hugging Face. And these are Hugging Face is essentially the central repository for all things generative AI for developers. Meaning, if I'm writing Python code and I want to talk to a SQL server, I can literally just say import SQL agent, and then I can start creating code that will go off and talk to SQL server. One of the ways that we have to do something called LangChain. And again, I know that we can text very fast. We'll have the links and you can go back and search this on your own. LangChain is another open source initiative, and it's essentially the open source version of what Microsoft is calling Mongo. But really, I think it would be better to say it the other way around, because LangChain was first, and Microsoft now has something called Flow based on LangChain. So real quick, what is LangChain? Remember 9 months ago or a year ago when OpenAI was very first introduced, and there was all this excitement, like, oh my God, the computers are going to kill the human species, right? And one of the things that I think people ran with is there was something called AutoML. And so I don't know how many people know this, but there was like this site you go to called AutoML or AI or something. And basically what we do is we start changing multiple objects. So the AI starts doing the next problem, figuring out what. And that freaked people out a little bit. It's like, oh my God, you need this thing to like write its own code. But in all fairness, we settled down a little bit now, and that effort has evolved into this open source community called LangChain. No, what's really important to understand is Microsoft loves openness. So the founder of LangChain was actually the front row at Dell. And Kevin, the CTO of Microsoft, called him out personally. And everybody gave a huge applause because of the work that the folks at LangChain are doing in AI. And so I'll let you explore this repo, but you can see there's executive resources, there's a checklist for your company to deploy AI, and then there's a section for technical resources as well, where we dive into some really advanced topics like vector databases, what are memories, how do we store the state of our Copilot, etc. So what is a Copilot? Why do we need one? So this is no smoke and beer, for better or worse. I'm still a little bit old school. I do the demos are running in the DM here. What you're actually looking at is this is actually pretty much the semantic kernel, the code that is the semantic kernel. I haven't really modified it yet for mostly for presentation purposes here. And so literally, with very little time, I think if you have just a little bit of developer experience, you could
have this up and running in a virtual machine,
less than a day, you know.
there are some nuances that I'll point out, and maybe that will make it faster than you have a couple of hours.
But it's not that hard to get your own Copilot up and running. And at first you might say, well, why would I want to go through all this? Why wouldn't I just go to ChatGPT or go to Bing and use the Copilots that they have there to talk? Here I'm asking some information here about a hospital. Actually, if I scroll up, what the conversation started was act like a healthcare billing specialist. How can I improve this process to save employee time and save money? So this is actually a real world example. One of our very first use cases with Copilot was a large hospital. They had a $40 million shortcoming in their budget, so they had to do a hiring freeze, and they had to figure out how to lay off the least amount of people as possible. And so we came up with an idea of allowing them to use a private version of ChatGPT, which will to help with it, right? And so you can see here what we're doing is we're actually giving it the entire process document, and we're asking it, how can we improve this process? Now, this probably doesn't seem super cool, right? Because you're like, well, yeah, that's cool, but we already know about ChatGPT and Bing and how you can do this stuff. But what I would stop and point out to you now is that the problem is that you can't use, or you shouldn't be putting your private corporate data into the public version, the Bing version, or OpenAI version of the Copilot. So with this, when we deploy it, it's actually deployed inside of your Azure tenant. And if I click on my name, you can see that I'm actually logged in with the Copilot, right? So that should tell you a couple of things. That one, it's secure. As secure as it can be for public cloud, right? Like I log into my Azure Entra ID Active Directory. So now I'm in a secure environment. So now the security officer at the hospital is okay with us asking these questions. Prior to having the private version, this was a no-no. As a matter of fact, one of the things the hospital did right away to get out in front of generative AI, that we actually worked with them and they took our advice, is right away they updated their HR documentation and their legal documentation to say that you could only use supported LLMs, like LLMs, large learning models. That's essentially what ChatGPT is, or Copilot, name of the day, whatever, whatever. The underlying stuff is LLM. So they simply added a line to their documentation, their corporate documentation, that said you can only use approved LLMs with corporate data. And no matter what, you can't use any patient data for right now, right? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So essentially, by deploying this private version of Copilot, now we're in a scenario where they can they're comfortable putting their data, or at least data like this, like tell us about this business process, etc. And so, this works very much like the Bing Copilot that we use today, or the, Microsoft's partner, OpenAI, their ChatGPT. You can see it came down to the end. And for the purpose of this presentation, I was like, okay, can you summarize all that chat that we just had, just do it a paragraph, And then down here, just this 7:23 p.m., because this is on a different time zone, but this morning at about 7:23, I just want to do one final check, just make sure the Copilot's still running, because it's Patch Tuesday. Wanted to make sure my VM didn't get rebooted. And so this morning I was like, okay, can you please do this in 10 sentences, right? And you can see it spit out. And just to show you there's no smoke and mirrors here, now I can say, okay, please, yeah.
Will you click on hide?
You can hide.
On your screen?
Yeah, on the what? Oh, hide. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. So now I'll say, can you please do this? Actually, it's okay with typos. This with one sentence, right? And at the speed of Azure,
Oh, come on.
there were, you know, and just you can see what it did, right? So no smoke and mirrors. This is really, you know, truly running in the background. In all fairness, I joke, but again, that's the power. The reason why we have a little delay here is, remember, it's doing a bunch of authentication stuff, which I would actually submit is one of the most powerful things that Microsoft is bringing to the table, is they're allowed to point out is that we have multiple moving parts here. So first, think of this as a multi-tier application. So for developers that have been developing apps for a little while, you know, I'm sure you might know what I'm talking about here, but essentially what I'm saying is we have a back end to the application, which is where our data is. And then we have a middle tier, which I still like to think of as sort of like the business logic. Now, maybe I would use the word business intelligence, although that might be confusing. And then we have the front end, the front tier, which in this case is a Node.js app. And so we'll start with the back end. Like, what's the stuff in this example here? It's actually running on Azure, right? And so if you go to, first of all, one thing to note is that at this time, you do have to fill out a form to get permission to use, it's not permission, but just to get onboarded to use OpenAI, etc. And then, and I'm sure, by the way, that process will get much faster and faster as we go along. But the short story is, once you have that, then what you can do is you can go to oai.azure.com, and it will bring you to a screen like this. And then what you can do is you can click on Create New Deployment, and literally within about 5 to 7 clicks, you can have a new deployment of a model deployed in your environment. And so you can see here I have the 3.5 model installed, and notice I put a prefix at the beginning, RA-. One thing to note for the developers that are already working on this stuff, if you're using the OpenAI API and the API key, then you refer to the model by model name. If you're using the Azure version of OpenAI, then in your code you refer to the deployment name, not the model name. Now the important thing to understand here is that once you create this deployment, the next step is, and what's really cool about this, is you can go into Azure, and just like any other resource in Azure, you can secure it right down to the network level. So I can actually say that, you know, only these IP addresses or this subnet or this virtual network can even touch this model. So there's security all the way down to the network. For those, I like to think of it this way. What you're doing in here is sort of like IT pro stuff. Like, it's not terribly complicated. You know, it's like create the model, go secure it in Azure, secure your network, etc. It's really like sort of something your network folks will do, your Azure folks will do. And then what they will do is, once that's deployed, then the software developers, engineers can kick in, they can start doing stuff with it. And so the first thing we'll look at is the next tier. So that was the Azure tier, the back end. So now we're going to go up one level and look at the business logic. And in this case, the business logic is actually, it's implemented as C# code. So what you're looking at, and this is all for free. You can get this code with Semantic Kernel repo. Just clone the repo, you'll have all this. And so what you're looking at here is a Visual Studio project that contains the web API, or the middle tier, to then send the data back, you'll see in a moment, to the actual ChatGPT client. And so I don't want to take too much time here because it gets a little complex very quickly, but you know, we can look at a couple of things. For example, one of the challenges you have when you start building this out, remember on the left-hand side there were the previous chat histories, etc. And in this new world of AI apps, there's this new concept, if you will, and set of technologies to support what's called essentially storing state in vector databases is what I'm trying to get at. So there's a new type of database called a vector database, and there's a new type of querying that we use to get information from the vector database. You'll often hear this referred to, especially in recent times today. You'll see slides where folks at Microsoft are talking about syntax versus semantic. And so the best way I can describe this is if you think about your traditional web app, like let's just say we're building a web app with 2 pages, hello world. When the user types in hello world on page 1, I need to persist the state. We say I need to hold that information, persist the state, so that the second page can use that information. Today we do that with cookies, right? We've been doing it for literally 20 years, using cookies between 2 web pages. How we access that cookie, if you think about it, it's a key value pair, right? We say go to this part of the cookie and tell me exactly what that value is. That's what we've been doing for 20 years, okay? In the new world, that doesn't really work so well, because when we're talking to a vector database and we're trying to pull up something like, for example, the state of the conversation so that we can continue the conversation with the user, we don't want to query something and get an exact like, hey, it's this word. No, we need to do something which is find a K intersection. It's technical, but essentially what it means is that, is this sort of like what the person is talking about? You see the difference? So there's this variance in the vector data store. Okay, super advanced topic, but happy to talk about it. You should know about it. If you're a developer, you definitely want to start learning about vector databases and how data is stored in the vector database.
Can I put a plug here?
Yes, please do.
We have Microsoft Ignite coming up, right? And as part of this, I'm producing a session, not presenting, but producing a session called Improve Search with Vector Database.
Oh, super
so
cool.
Check it out. You can look in the session catalog, and then this will be online only, by the way, so you can see it from here.
Oh, that's
Thank you.
awesome.
Thank you. Yes.
Maybe we could put that in that link in the repo.
Right.
If
Maybe
you
we
email
can.
it to me, then I'll put it in the.
Thank you.
That would be awesome. Very, very cool. So I think that's enough of this code. I'll just say it is it's a Visual Studio. It's implemented in C#. And now if I hide the code window, the Visual Studio, this is actually, just to show that there's no smoke and mirrors here, this is actually that Visual Studio project that I just showed you. It's running in this terminal window. So what I did is I opened up a terminal window, I browsed to the Visual Studio project, to the C# project, and then I did a .NET run. And what that did is it loaded up that API so I can access it on my local VM here. And so that's this window that we're looking at. This is actually, now we have, just to refresh your memory, we have the deployment in Azure of the learning model, and now running in the background we have our Visual Studio project. Now, of course, if you deploy this in production or at work, you're going to deploy this in a container or something like this, right? This will be in a container, you deploy it, and your API will be accessible and running. Okay, so then from there, I probably should have done that. I hit a key on that screen, I'll put it stop the service. So anyway, so then let's move up to the final tier, which is the actual client, the Copilot, right? So that's implemented as a Node.js app. And by the way, that's what I love about this sample code that Microsoft has given us, is because not only are they supplying us with the code to get our own Copilot up and running, but they're also doing it in a way where we have the front end is in Node.js, the web API is in Visual Studio and C#, and then of course you have the learning model. So it's a really great learning environment for programmers, right? To see some Visual Studio code that's talking to some Node.js code, and that's exactly what we're looking at here. So this is the web app that represents the Copilot. And so you can see, if we look through here, we can see the components. So here's the chat component. What's really interesting, so you see this is where we actually get the chat history. And so this is where we start to make calls to the Visual Studio part, the API, and then the API knows to, okay, I'm gonna go pull from the vector database, which by the way, the default is it will create the vector database on the file system, but you can, with very few modifications, store the state in Cosmos DB in vector format, etc. And so, you know, you can see here we've got our source. One other thing to note is I've actually opened up the entire, the high-level directory. So technically, you know, we're seeing more than just their front end. Like this is actually the Visual Studio code here, and on and on. But I know that was a lot, so I'm going to just pause for a quick minute and ask for thoughts, observations, questions. I must be pretty good at explaining this by now. It's my 4th time. Okay. So now, the next thing you might ask yourself is, well, okay, Paul, that's great, but what if I want to start to extend this, right? Because like, so for example, what would be a real world situation where you would want your own Copilot? Well, I believe that Copilots will be the new user experience of the future. To be more clear, Microsoft will call them Copilots. Other vendors like Oracle, AWS, Google, Salesforce, and on and on and on, they will all have something that behaves like a Copilot, but they will have a different name for it. So as a software engineer, I firmly believe that the future of user experience is Copilot. One of the reasons why I'm so passionate about this is because I believe the generative AI and the large language model solves one of the most difficult things that we need to accomplish as software developers and engineers. And that is, it allows us to find out what the user really wants, right? Because now the user can, in very clear human language that they're comfortable with, just ask. You know, go get me the sales numbers for Paul. Who is my top performing salesperson? In our world in healthcare, we already have a product we've built over the past 10 years that helps doctors manage their salary, their FTE, like report on the patients they've worked with, etc. And when we learned about Copilot last year, we pitched to Microsoft that what we want to do is we want to get rid of all of our existing UX, and we essentially want the user experience to just be a Copilot. So now the doctor goes to the hospital Copilot, and anything they want to know, all that stuff that used to be on the intranet, all those little reports that you've been creating for 10 or 20 years, I submit now they will just go through the Copilot, and they will just ask in a very natural language what they want. And I would also assert that if you are a developer, that's magic. Because I would say at least 50%, if not more, of the time that we spend on developing software is figuring out what the user wants and how to get it to them quickly. You know, just look at mobile apps as an example. Like how much time, if you could add up the hours that Microsoft and all these companies have spent trying to figure out to give us the best tool to create a mobile app so we can really get the fastest path to the data, right? Like click, click, boom. I would submit even that changes, right? Like now we're going to have this natural way to just say this is exactly what I want. So that's why this is important. So for us, we went all in on this, and our new user experience is a Copilot. The doctors will literally say, you know, tell me about my FTEs or whatever, right? So now the next problem is, okay, that's great, Paul. But I personally think all Microsoft partners will be where we are in 6 months. I think we're 6 months ahead of everybody else right now. So we got to keep moving fast, right? We don't want them to catch up. So the next thing is, okay, if you accept everything that I said is true, well then the next problem we need to solve is, what if the doctor wants to ask about a broken bone, right? So imagine, so far I didn't talk about any clinical stuff. I just talked about, tell me about my hours, my patients, etc., but not clinical. So now the doctor, in the same Copilot, we want to create an experience where in the same Copilot, the doctor can say, I have a patient that has this fracture, you know, blah, 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 what do you think? So Microsoft is doing some amazing stuff in healthcare. We're proud to work with them. We're a great partner. We love everything they're doing. But at this time, the best clinical finely tuned language model for clinical diagnosis is Google MedPalm. Like that's the one that the industry is really looking at right now in healthcare, right? So now we have an interesting software architecture problem because we have to say, okay, how can the doctor in 1 minute be asking about the operations side of healthcare, but the minute they start talking about, oh, a patient broke a bone or something, now we want to send them over to Google MedPalm, right? We want to have multi-model, multi-language model support in our Copilot. So if you dig into the code, the place where you want to start spending time is called something like chat type or message type. I'll bring it up in just a moment. But there's essentially a section of code where every time you type in a prompt, it goes through and it figures out, oh, okay, what type of message is this, etc., right? And so what we figured out is we'll have to, go ahead, modify that code and figure out the intent of the doctor and then send that request to the Google MedPalm. So quick question, if you were tasked with that problem, given what you've seen today, how would you solve it? How would you start solving it? It's a tricky question, so I'll help. I thought, why not use our Copilot to help build itself? Literally. So here's my Copilot, and I'm like, act like a professional developer focused on C# and OpenAI. Would you add another chat type to this code? Please be concise, right? So we are literally using the same Copilot that we are attempting now to customize and using it instead of going out to Copilot or GitHub Copilot or Bing Copilot, and we're literally doing it right in here, logged in too. Because be careful about the code Copilots. You don't want to put your intellectual property, your top secret code up there. Sure, help it refine some SQL scripts and everything. But if you have code that's like your core IP, you should treat that like protected data, right? And you should put that into a secure Copilot. So I'm logged into Azure, so I'm okay putting my code in here. I trust it now. And I say, okay, act like a professional developer. And look, sure enough, just like you would expect, if I scroll down, it's like, okay, this is exactly what you need to do. To add another chat type to this code, you follow these steps. You need to add a new enumerator, add new property, modify the constructor, update any methods, and then, for example, boom, and it dumps it out for me. So now I've got the skeleton, right? We'll just call it the skeleton of the code because obviously we need to check it and all that good stuff. But we've got, we did a lot in just a couple minutes, right? And now we have the code that we can add to find the new message type. And I'll end there. It gets a little more complex after this for the work that we're doing because then you need to figure out the intent of the doctor. Like, are they asking a clinical question versus an operations question? And then you make a determination whether to how to pass that next message on. And so I'm actually excited about that. That's some of the code that we're working on today. Okay, I'll pause again for questions or observations. Or applause. Hugs. But I mean, hopefully you're finding this as fascinating as I can. And so now what I would encourage you to do is just, I would also submit that we're moving into a world where there's just going to be Copilots everywhere. And people are going to be developing just like we are. They're going to be developing left and right. I've already seen recent posts where, finally the Microsoft partners are not, they're ready to move forward. They've addressed the issues around responsible AI. They've got something in place. Microsoft has great tools like the responsible AI dashboard. And, that stuff is in place. So now I'm starting to sense like the beginning of this excitement, in the community, if you will. And so what I would, what I would assert is you're going to see a lot of these. And I think if you want to build your own Copilot, the advice I would give you is to try to be as niche as you can. Just like with apps, right? Like the more niche your app is, the more niche your Copilot is, maybe the most success with it. Certainly in terms of public-facing applications, right? Now, once we come inside the corporate walls, I would encourage you to just start to think about where are your pain points in your applications today? Where are your pain points in analytics today? And then when you group those opportunities, then the next step is to say, okay, well, if I solve these, what's the return on investment? And then pick the one that's going to have the highest return on investment, and then that would be a good test use case for your first test pilot within the organization. So again, we're in healthcare. Our use case was we need to first start by helping the operations side of the house, the people that run the business. And then secondly, we need to save babies. You know, we want to work with the clinical stuff. We want a doctor to be able to very quickly be able to diagnose people and patients. You know, we like to say that we have a mission that goes beyond technology or AI or Microsoft or AWS. Like our core mission is we want to save babies and make people's lives better. So for us, it was clear, okay, we can add the co-pilot to the operations side, but then very quickly we need to solve the clinical side, right? So some more great news is that so far Microsoft is being very open, you know, about all this technology. They're truly embracing the Hugging Face community. They're truly embracing LangChain. They've supplied this code. A lot of people don't know this yet. Trust me, Microsoft partners are going to figure this out. You're going to see tons of these all over. I predict this year, half the sessions at conferences are going to be about this, you know, the developer stuff. Trust me, because they're all following me on social media. I know, you know, they're going to be coming right behind. So, yeah, hopefully that helps a little bit. And so now what I want to do is switch gears a little bit, unless there's any questions. Okay. So everything I showed you so far was Microsoft land, right? So we created an instance of OpenAI in Azure, and then we're running some C# code, and then we got our Copilot. It's all in Azure. It's Microsoft world. But now what I want to do is show you something interesting. And unfortunately, I can only show you the results of the cool code because it's the code is it's more or less some intellectual property stuff that we're working on. So I can't show you the actual code, but I want to show you what the code does because I think you'll find it fascinating. So this is Azure Data Studio, and I have code up in the notebook. And part of the reason why this is difficult to show is it's a notebook. Unfortunately, with notebooks, it's difficult to hide chunks of code and stuff. It's all or nothing. And so up here, you just have to trust me. We have some code, and basically, the only information we're giving it is the name of the SQL server. That's all this code knows about. It knows that there's a SQL server called this. And then we have our, you know, some secret sauce in there, which is some of the LangChain stuff. So we're using LangChain here. And now I want to execute this code for you. And so for an example, my first example we'll do is what was the average fare? Okay? So keep in mind, the only thing our code knows about, again, is the connection to the SQL server. It knows nothing else. And all I'm asking it is what was the average fare? Because remember, I said the biggest problem is to figure out what the end user really wants, right? So now I'll execute this code using AI. And look at this. So it goes off to that SQL server. It goes into the SQL server and it runs a query. It knows, see, it says observation. These are the 3 tables in this database. So in this test database, we only have 3 tables. One is called Titanic, one is called Titanic Data, and the other one is more real life. It's physician reporting data, like for a hospital, right? So observation, I have 3 tables. Thought, it's literally thinking this through. Again, it only knows about the name of the SQL server. I see there are 3 database tables in the database. It's replying back in human readable using an LLM. It's telling you. But look, I should query the schema of the Titanic data, right? And then, boom, action input. It actually executes, for all those that know SQL Server, you know how you can go say script this table? So it's literally smart enough to say, okay, script this table, and now these are the fields, select some rows, thought. The Titanic data contains information about fare. Notice this, I did this on purpose, I want to call this out. I didn't even spell it right. Fare is spelled F-A-R-E. So I'll just point that out first. I did not even use the right word. But because it's powered by a large language model, it's like, I got this. I know what you want. And it says, okay, the Titanic data contains information about fare. It spelled it the way that I did. Blah, blah, blah. And then look, it puts together the correct spelling. See down here, it corrected itself and it put together the right spelling. And then action input, boom, and then final answer, 32.20. All only knowing the name of the database. And I asked it, remember my big assertion to you was that one of the biggest problems this technology will solve for software architects, engineers, and developers is finally figuring out what the end user wants. And again, I didn't even use the right word, you know what I mean? And so just to show there's no smoke and mirrors here, let's go on to the next example. So we'll comment this one out, and we'll ask it, okay, what was the average age? And we'll run, and you'll see it'll do the same thing, right? So it'll go through, and then finally, that's crazy. Must have been a young crew. No wonder why they were playing music to the very end. Oh, that joke. Sorry. I forgot this was being recorded too. So anyway, 23.0. And then this is where it gets really interesting. So now let's try on something that's, so you know, Titanic is a standard test data set for data science. So I'll show you, now I already know it's going to work half the way. So what it's going to do is it's going to figure out the data that it needs, but this table actually contains close to 1 million rows. So I'm just going to tell you ahead of time, I know in the end it's not going to be able to handle the 1 million rows. We need to tweak our response, but it costs more money for testing. So I don't want to do it for demo and for testing and whatnot. But if I run this now, and this is, again, this is totally different. Now this is real world, right? It's saying, okay, look at this. Look at all I asked. Again, it's just the most powerful thing is figure out what does end user want. All I said is just tell me who has the highest FTE. Does anybody know what FTE stands for? It's full-time employee. So if you're in human resources, let's say you're a billion-dollar hospital and you have 10,000 employees. One of the most important things that you want to track are your total FTEs across the company, right? You might have 10,000.375 FTEs, and then you can drill down by department. So basically what you're saying is, and by the way, this is a trick question because it can never be higher than 1. You're either a full-time employee, which is 1, you're part-time, which is 0.5, you're 0.75, you know what I mean? So if we were to be really technical, it's a weird question. But nonetheless, it understood. It goes through the same process, but this time, again, just to show this is real world, no smoke and mirrors. I see we have a table called FTE repository that's most likely going to have this data. And then the same thing, it goes through. Now look, this is just to show, look, it does that create statement, but this is a much more complicated table. This is actually coming from PeopleSoft, by the way. You want to hear something really cool? Technically, we're querying PeopleSoft. Because what we do is we have SQL Server Integration Service jobs that pulls this table. That's why for people that know PeopleSoft, if you look at these field names, it should look very similar to the HR stuff that's in PeopleSoft. So what we do is we use SQL Server Integration Services and pull from the HR table, the PeopleSoft table every hour. It doesn't change that often. You know, people lose their job during the day and whatnot, but you know, you refresh it every hour. Put this in SQL Server, and so technically we're hitting up against PeopleSoft data that's in SQL Server right now, which is, I think, is pretty cool. And then, so you can see we've got this super complex table, and then it tries to return, you know, again, I told you the story right now, so you know, that's where it'll end in this demo. So anyway, you know, one of the great things about being in the Boston area is we are right next to MIT and Harvard, and one of my favorite things to do every other Saturday, there's something called Code and Coffee. And I go down and I work with the students, it's sort of like a community thing. And we've actually have built some amazing relationships with interns that are, you know, applied mathematics folks working on AI, etc. And so it was actually one of our interns that I had working on this code. And for me, to this day, I still get goosebumps when I think about the first time he showed me this code, because it just blew my mind. Like the idea that I can give an application, literally just the name of a SQL server, and start using natural language, even misspelling words, like fair and fair, and it will still come back and give me the correct information. So that's LangChain. Microsoft loves them, they embrace them, they did this first. Microsoft is doing it in the corporate world with a newish product they have called Prompt Flow. So I really encourage you to look at it, because if you're building for the corporate world, and well, I'll just stop there, because I think really it's like software development always has been. You're going to have to choose use cases. When do I use this LLM versus this one? Some of that will have to do with price, some of it will have to do with security. And so the good news is that there's options, and Microsoft is being really open and embracing the open source community along the way with all this new technology. And so I was told I have 45 minutes. I'm going to end 1 minute late, but close to on time. And please grab me in the hallway if you don't want to ask a question now. If you have questions now, I'm happy to stand up here and take some questions. And again, thank you for being here. And as always, it's just an honor and a pleasure to be here in Manila. Thank you. Cheers.
We're just checking. If you're watching online, we're just trying to make sure everything's working.
Yes, we have a sound. Maybe you can shut down your sound.
Shut it down.
Yes, very low at least. Because it's
feedback.
An echo.
I just muted it. Try that. Is that better? Can you hear me all right? I heard. Yeah. Is it echoing a little bit?
Yeah.
Is that through the mic or?
Maybe it's mic. Okay. If it's okay for you.
That's fine. I mean, I can hear myself just fine.
Check on you. Going on.
We're almost ready.
Almost. Can you speak?
Yeah. So is you able to hear me now? I can hear a little bit of the echo. So if I'm talking at this level, you're able to hear me all right? Okay. Okay. All right. We'll get officially underway then. Is that coming out of the laptop back there?
Yeah, I think it's your laptop, Patrick, again.
Is it? No, he's plugged in. So I think it's from the one in the back, the back laptop. That's where the sound is coming out. So the speakers are on full. Is that it? Do you hear it coming through there? Yeah. I just hear it off in the distance somewhere, but I think is it still? Oh, is it just the room?
The room, yes. I think it's the room.
Well, that's fantastic. I just get to hear myself doubling back the whole time.
We didn't have a problem before. I'll get the technician.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and I'll get started. We'll fix that. So if you're hearing double, it's because you guys showed up late. That's what. Is there anything else?
Try.
Let's try it now. Nope, still.
I can mute everything.
How about now? Yep.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Let's wait.
Yeah, we're hearing double the sound. So just coming through the room. Yeah. Is that it? No.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, still.
Maybe we can close the mic.
Of course, yes.
This one was on, and this one.
How about now? No, still.
Hello.
Testing. No. Yeah, I've got that muted as well. Just turn the mic off to mute the mic itself. It's not the speaker. It's the Out of the high-tech manufacturing companies, we were working with Hitachi and some other companies at the time, and yeah, so it was a long time ago, a different role, but I'm happy to be back. For those that don't know me, so I'm an M365 Apps and Services MVP, a Microsoft Regional Director. I do a lot of things in the community. The Techie Gurus, if you're not familiar with it, I'm the board of that. It's a website for content on Microsoft, so it's free content. We've got nice pens and things that are out there, but if you're looking for more content around Microsoft topics, please go visit techiegurus.com. I'm also, this one, I don't know if you ever have seen this before. For those that anybody come from a SharePoint background or worked with SharePoint intranets? So it's SharePoint. Yeah. Anyway. So I want to ask you, talking about governance, when you think of governance, is there an image that comes to mind? You think about governance of your environments, governance of your activities in Microsoft 365. So images that come to mind to me are like governance means we're going to lock everything down. It's a police state. You can only do things that, move within, with a certain ID, certain locations, but it's very restrictive. Another way of thinking about governance is that it's all planned out. Like this is perfect city planning. Here's where the roads will be. This is what the buildings will look like. This is where we plant vegetation. So everything is organized. Another way to think about governance is chaos, hoarding of data. It's just piled up. If you are like most organizations, we don't throw away any content, and so we just have piles of garbage data, information that's not been properly cleaned out. Another way to think about governance is like constantly trying to corral users to lead them down the right path. There's something that's true about each one of these things. There's no right or wrong answer around governance. A lot of it depends on your organizations. But when we talk about governance, one, that there is no, as I said, no right or wrong answer. But most organizations don't start thinking about or planning for governance until something goes wrong. Same with security. When do organizations generally really think about locking down on security? When there's been a data breach, when somebody has broken the rules and penalizes everybody. There's nothing that sucks the fun out of a room or out of a company than somebody that breaks a rule and makes it difficult for everybody to collaborate. But it's really important to understand as you are administrating aspects of Microsoft 365, like what are our constraints? What are our policies? What data do we need to store? What rules do we need to have in place? If you're in certain industries or certain types of companies, there are certain policies that must be enforced. I always like to say that there should be, with every organization, there are guardrails that need to be in place. You want to get out of the way of people to be able to collaborate, but you need to do it in a safe, secure, managed way. I also, the real world governance is that what it looks like, whether you're meeting on a weekly basis, twice a month, monthly, quarterly, there needs to be a conversation with IT and business stakeholders that come together and talk about changes in the system. What's happening, new features that maybe that you want to turn on, with patterns of behavior that you're seeing. Maybe you're going to have a discussion around the life cycle of Teams, for example. How long, what's the request process for Teams or SharePoint sites to be created? How many new requests have come in? What is the life cycle of the data around those things? And if people are saying, hey, look, I'm getting bombarded with 30-day requests to renew every one of my teams, like it's too long. There should be 90 days before we review that cycle. That is a governance body discussion that you want to have. And then the other important line here is just because Microsoft 365 is compliant doesn't mean that your system is. And what I mean by this is that Microsoft, when they go and build their software, they adhere to all of these international standards for security, for governance, for compliance, all of those things when they build the solution. But as soon as you start using Microsoft 365, as soon as you start adding your data into the system, it's not compliant anymore by default. So just be careful if you have those compliance, security, governance standards in place. Again, it goes back to understanding what are the rules that we need to live by. But just because Microsoft adheres to them doesn't mean that your system is. So some of the key differences between a company size, and maybe show of hands, how many people work in a company that has fewer than 100 people? Organizations that are between 100 and 500 people. 500 to 5,000 people. Over 5,000 employees? Okay, so more of the mid-sized organization. So a lot of people ask, well, do I need to do all the same policies? And we're not a company of 100,000 users. Do we need to adhere to the same rules? Well, here's some of the differences. So small businesses, obviously you have a simpler infrastructure, but you don't need to have maybe a full governance strategy in place. Then you don't have if your company's a couple hundred people, maybe you don't have a formal governance body. I would recommend, I was in a company as small as 150 people. We had a governance body that had IT, sales, marketing, operations, and we met on a monthly basis where we talked about, here's what's happening with our intranet, here's what's happening with our collaboration environments, so that as changes were happening, we could talk about it. Because what generally happens in those meetings is that you say, well, IT says, we want to make a change. There's this new feature, we want to roll this out. Great example, Power Platform. We want to enable users just to be able to create flows and create Power Apps whenever they need to. And marketing is like, yes, awesome, let's just do that. Operations, they might say, well, wait a second. You know, we need to have a review of what's being created. So those are the kinds of discussions that happen within that governance body. Large enterprises, of course, you have that complexity of the organization, and so they need to have a comprehensive governance plan. They need to ensure that we're not breaking any laws, that we're adhering to industry standards. And so you have stakeholders that are cross-department getting together, talking about on a regular basis the impacts of these changes and requests that are coming into the system. And again, you can be in a very small company and have a very rich and complex collaboration environment. So size of the company doesn't determine the complexity or the need for governance. For resource allocation, obviously small company, you have one person that might be the admin for everything. Is anybody the admin for everything in your company? Okay, well, hey, that's great. You own different areas of that. So you might then, because you in a small organization, rely heavily on Microsoft's out-of-the-box capabilities. One of the difficult things about managing Microsoft 365 is there are over a dozen admin centers for each of the different products. So if an employee leaves an organization, you need to make sure that you go in and are aware of what their profile looks like across each of those systems. So you're don't have orphan sites, orphan flows and Power Apps and other solutions that might have been developed. Large enterprises, of course, they may have a distributed team. The problem on the other end is that they might have admins of just the SharePoint environments, just the SharePoint teams for this region, this country. So you might have different IT teams or different admins all over the world that own different constituencies. So either one of those cases, whether you have a single person trying to manage everything, or you have this complex environment where you have teams of people that all are sharing responsibilities, you know, it can help to have third-party tools to help manage a lot of those activities. And your customization and automation. So again, small businesses may depend on the out-of-the-box capabilities, and a lot of the automation, everybody is starting to use Power Platform, building solutions for your organizations. Again, large enterprises, there's a lot more customization and automation, a lot more integration with other systems that have been built, and probably a lot more advanced workflows and app development there. And so they're doing a lot of things. So, but in either case, whether you're a 50-person organization or 50,000-person organization, it's important that you have a review process for what is being developed. That you're looking at what are the patterns and behaviors of adoption. Are people involved? What are people actually using? What are they not using in the technology? Where are we finding success? And then also, as they're developing solutions, are these the right solutions, and will they scale? Like one of the very popular mistakes that's made in organizations is someone will go in and build a Power App with with some workflows and automate part of the business, but they built it for their business unit, for their small world. And somebody, an executive, looks at it and says, "That's fantastic. Everybody in the company should go and use that." So there needs to be a review process to find out, well, that person who was self-taught on Power Platform maybe wasn't aware of the right way to architect that solution. Is that solution actually scalable? Will it meet the global needs of the organization? You can't just move it. You need to review it and approve it before it moves. Security and compliance. And again, this is, you can be a small company and have very complex security and compliance rules. It becomes much more important. There are a lot of other standards depending on your industry and the size of the company that you need to be doing a regular auditing process. There's a lot of reporting requirements to make sure that your retention of content is there. A lot of content, if it's not properly organized, it's not classified, then it should be reviewed, and if it's not deemed useful, it should be purged from the system. So again, we don't have that hoarding scenario where there's piles of garbage data that are slowing down search performance, that are confusing you in the results as you go and do like eHold and eDiscovery. If you're spending all this time protecting data that really should have been removed from the system years ago, that's why you need to go in and review this on a regular basis. And then of course the training and user adoption. For a small company, it's just kind of a combination, like learn on the job, sit down and just, we're going to learn it by using it. And then as we grow, we'll just start incorporating different tools. In large enterprises, a lot of the training, it's built into programs, training programs, user adoption campaigns. I mean, I'm a huge fan of creating a process of where you're sharing what you're learning in the process. So you can be a small organization and still do things like every other Friday, do a brown bag where everybody comes at lunchtime and one person volunteers to share what they've built. It doesn't mean what they've built is perfect, but by sharing that, you learn together. You often hear about similar problems that are being solved elsewhere in the organization, and it helps with that user adoption. People they get the feeling like, hey, I'm not alone in learning this new technology, and they share their best practices and they start talking about that. Adoption usually goes up when you have that training mindset. So governance in Microsoft 365 varies depending on the size and the complexity of the organization. But the core principles are the same, no matter what size your organization is. So the question is, what are those core principles? At Rencore, there's really 5 key areas that we focus on, strategies for governance, that, again, small or large, that they are important. So one, you need to run an overall audit and assess your environment. You can't understand how to manage Microsoft 365 if you're not aware of what's out there. I come from a SharePoint migration background. And one of the things about, I don't know if anybody's ever worked on a migration between SharePoint environments, but one of the things that where SharePoint migrations would often fail is when people would go, they try to move things and be like, what is that? It failed on that. What is that data? What is it? It's like, do we even need that? So much of a migration is about cleaning up the data before you move it. Because if you move garbage from one place to another, you're just extending the problem. And so, especially with a lot of the migration tools, that we're not in the migration software business, but a lot of them pay on the volume that you're moving between environments. And so you want to only move that which you actually need to the new environment. Well, it's similar with governance. You need to, on a regular basis, audit all the systems. What are the sites? Who are the users? What are the permissions? What are the licenses that are out there? So how much are we paying? What are the flows? What are the Power Apps? What are the Power BI instances? What are the, like, go through, inventory all of that content, all of those systems, so you know how many teams, how many sites, how many communities, all those different aspects, how many DLs, on the Exchange side, audit all of the mailboxes, all of that information, so that you can create the right policies to manage those things. So don't just look at what has been built, but understand who built those things as well. Because often what you'll find is that there are certain key people within the organizations that are doing a lot of the creation process. And so you might want to adjust your systems, adjust your permissions around those key creators in the organization. So the second is review who can access those resources and services with whom files are being used, so or shared. So external users is one of the major security and governance flaws in most organizations' governance strategies. Do you know who has access to your content inside and outside of your company? So do you know what files they're accessing, what sites that they're accessing, how much they've downloaded to OneDrive, how much who's using third-party apps within Teams? I mean, having visibility to all those things will help you to determine what is our security profile, what is our risk by having these external users. So some of the things that we implement, for example, is that if there are external guests, sometimes you're paying for extended licenses for external guests. But if you have a quick report that says, hey, these external guests have not actually done anything on our system for more than 90 days, get rid of them, remove them from the system. Or notify the owners that brought them in, like, hey, we're gonna remove these people in the next 30 days. Maybe these people only need to access the system once every few months, and maybe that's why you're seeing the inactivity. But go have the conversation. Don't just assume that, hey, because they're added, they should still have access. Implement a governance strategy around Power Platform, which I've talked about. So it's not just about, like, I'm all for letting anybody go and create those solutions. But within, like, my world, my team, like, I can automate things that help myself to be productive. But if you're gonna go and start leveraging things at a team, at a business unit, or company-wide basis, there needs to be some kind of review process. Do the people that are building the solutions, have they been trained? Or did they go, again, there's nothing wrong with learning on your own and come up to speed, but if you're gonna start relying on these things, and make sure, are they accessing the right data? Kind of combining this with the last topic. Are you aware of which premium licenses are being used? Flows that have been created that have never been used. So if you have a regular review cycle of these solutions that are being built, then you'll be able to have a conversation about whether, is this person, they're showing a lot of productivity, they're building a lot of solutions, but no one is using any of the solutions. Why? Is there a problem where this person is just going rogue, creating stuff that nobody's using, that nobody ever asked for, because they're trying to stay busy and they're learning? Maybe that's okay in your organization. I know with ours, we would look at that, my company would look at it and say, well, why are you spending all this time building solutions that then no one uses? Like, how are you managing your time? And we would have a conversation about that. But it's important that you have some kind of review cycle for Power Platform solutions. It's important to automate. We're talking about Power Platform. Automate as much as possible, but also one of the best ways that you can ensure that users are using this system the right way is to put those guardrails in place. And provisioning, setting up templates. Like, again, with our solution, you can go and establish templates for Teams and SharePoint. So if I, as an employee, go in and request a new team, I'll then be shown, hey, here's 3 Teams templates that are approved, and it already has all of our compliance policies, all of our security rules, all of our document retention, all of the rules are already applied to it. All I have to do is get one of the three, that's the one I need. Or maybe there's a fourth option that says none of these fit the need for my project, request a special unique one, and IT can review or reject that. But there's a review process. Maybe your manager has to approve, maybe IT also needs to approve that, but you have that process. So it's kind of like, I'm sure everybody has built like a Microsoft form, right? And you go in, you say, well, there's a bunch of metadata that we need to collect. And so you add a bunch of fields. If you mark a bunch of fields on a form, let's say there's 20 questions and all 20 of them are required. What do people generally do when they hit a list like that? They don't fill it out. They'll go around like, oh, this is too, I don't have time for this. I don't know all the answers to that. So now let's remove the required on all of those. What happens to when users hit that form? They skip all of that. You don't have the metadata. So when you provision, you're saying, here's all the required, but I've automatically grabbed all that metadata based on the person, the permissions level, the location, where the request is. Maybe I asked some questions as part of the provisioning process, for the approval process. You automate the capture of that data, and you're more likely going to have then accurate data within your system. And then the last one is regularly review. And this is what I've talked about. This is that, when I was back at Microsoft, I was in an organization, we had about 2,000 employees in our business unit. My team owned all the SharePoint environments. We had a twice a month governance board where I had those meetings got removed or reduced to monthly, and they were about 30 minutes long because we got the process down, and people knew, they saw with our governance activities that we would have an agenda, and we had room for new items to be brought in. But essentially, if somebody could look at the agenda and one of the stakeholders says, I say yes to all of that, I don't need to be in the call, or I'll send somebody there, but it looks good. Or if they had concerns about one of them, they would show up. So we were able to move through our list of changes very quickly because people understood and accepted the process, the governance process. So here is this is the sponsor slides here to this. What we do, our approach to the world. So I just so you know too, I'm also a former Microsoft person. I joined Microsoft right at the beginning of what is now Office 365. So back in 2006, like my team was called MMS, or Microsoft Managed Services. It got it changed to BPOS, or Business Productivity Online Services. I joined when it was about 6 months old, and then it got renamed as Office 365 as I left the team. So been in this space for a long time. The first time I presented, joining Microsoft in 2006, I presented with a good friend of mine who's still at Microsoft, named Bill Bear. My first presentation was on SharePoint governance, and we had 4 people show up. We were trying to train Microsoft people on this important topic. The following year, I did a session with another fellow friend at Microsoft, Mike Watson, and we had a full room. We had 50, 60 people at this training on the exact same topic, on governance. So, and we've seen, since that time, it has become one of the most sought after, SEO-wise, of topics in the Microsoft 365 ecosystem. So what we do, as I mentioned, we run core governance, as I mentioned this morning, if you're here at the opening, we are a single pane of glass into think of it as the admin centers. Instead of having to go chase in between, you have one tool where you can see across all of the different tools in Microsoft 365. We monitor end user behavior. It's a SaaS solution, meaning all you do is you go to our website, you can sign up for a free trial for 30 days, you point it to your tenant, it pulls in the metadata, And so then as changes happen, it manages the metadata there. But if you want to add a user, remove a user, add a license, remove a license, change a team, modify that, you do all of that from within Rencore, and it automatically does that across the multiple admin centers. So we very much believe in the philosophy of doing more with less. So fewer people can do more activities, and you can better scale. So it's great for automation, for tracking, to be aware of who's doing what. And this is what it looks like. So here's from an auditing and reporting standpoint, and after the session, please come out. Happy to give you a quick demo of this. This is the default view. So everything that you see here, if you were to go and point it at your tenant, you would see exactly this view with your data. But it allows you to go in, and it gives you that one central portal, but it's all actionable. What's great about this too is that you go in there and say declutter, which means that there's sprawl. People are creating a lot of sites, a lot of content. So you can go in there and monitor and say, well, with all this sprawl, any one of these you can click into, like here's different reports, risky sign-ins, groups with external owners are all reports that I can click. It'll take you to the report where you can see who are these people that have access, that are external to my company. When was the last time they ever did anything in my environment? It's more than 90 days. You can create an automation, and there's automation right up here at the top. Create an automation that says, you don't even have to go in and manually do it. If there's inactivity, if they're an external member, a guest, and 90 days go by and they don't do a single thing in your environment, automatically remove them from the system. So it audits a report, it manages the external access. Like I said, it's not just dumb reports. Everything is actionable. So you can go in, this is one of the two, probably the things that we're asked about the most are external guest management and then cost optimization, like licenses. What licenses are being used? More importantly, what licenses are not being used? So we have a lot of our customers that come in and they say, like, we're getting tens of thousands of dollars of savings because we're able to see that we are efficiently using the licenses that we're paying for. So we'll help you manage and control that, stay informed of that, set up alerts around that, and again, you can automate around that license usage. Power Platform oversight, and this is in our inventory view. So I could go in very quickly and to see flows and say, we have 16 flows. Click on that report, the next layer down, it shows you each of the reports and when the last time they were used. And the first thing you'll see if you come see a demo are all the ones that say never used, never used, never used. It was created 6 months ago and has never been used. Maybe you want to delete that flow, clean up your system. So you can see information around what's happening so that you can have those conversations. Who are the people creating? Where are they? What data are they accessing and leveraging? Automating your provisioning. As I talked about, you can go in and we create templates for teams in SharePoint sites. I want to create a SharePoint site or communication site. I want to create this so that you can set it up so that in the marketing team, for example, the marketing person, they only see these 3 templates. As an IT person, I might have 12 different templates to pick from for different needs. So you as an administrator can go in and create all of those templates that meet all the standards, that make sure that all of your compliance, that all of the retention rules are all being applied to each of those templates. And then for your consistent reviews, you have the ability to go in and look at, if you want to have a conversation with a single organization, you can go in there and you can build a dashboard and look at all of the policies that have been applied to that business unit, to that user or that team. You can go in there and go through all the reports, look through all the policies very quickly. Like you can build a dashboard for each business unit in your company. Say, I want to go meet with the sales team and look at their usage of Teams and SharePoint and email and everything else. And you can have a dashboard that's just at the sales organization where you can go in there and say, look, I see violations of these policies. We need to have a conversation around it. So you can you can be very granular in how you review this data. And by the way, I'll have all the slides, I'll make them available. So there are some other white papers and data that you can read if you're interested in exploring each of these topics. And I've got a few others as well that I always recommend from the Microsoft catalog. But the thing that I recommend most of all is go and try for yourself. There's a 30-day free trial. If you just go to rencore.com, it's on the top right, the free trial. Click on it. There's nothing to install. You point it at your environment. And a lot of people ask, like, well, what kind of permissions do I need to have? Do I need to be a global admin? No. Like, if you're a global admin, you'll see everything. But if you're just a SharePoint admin or a Teams admin, it will be security trimmed based on your permissions. So your demo will be for your world. So you'll be able to see Rencore from your perspective. And that's it. I tried to go, and I'm actually, for starting late, I'm 4 minutes early. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but myself and Joanna are here. We're happy to give you a demo. And then the other thing I will say to everybody in the room, please take some pens. We don't want to have to take them home. So feel free to come and grab some pens and find out more about Rencore and about Techie Groups. Yeah. And they're great pens.
Great pen because you can close it. So.
Yeah, but they're not like the cheap little ballpoint pens. I will say that. We have Rencore pens that are out there. Those are the cheap ballpoint pens. I know, because Joanna doesn't want to carry them home. But
it's all recording.
But it's recording as well. Yeah, but the Techie Gurus pens are very nice pens as well. So. Well, thank you very much. And it did not run out of power.
Yeah, sure. Not is it talking? That's not always easy, so let's try it. It's supposed to be easy, right? Yeah, yeah. First thing is to try to make it work in the room. Yeah. First thing. Okay. Second one is yeah. Okay. Yeah, you have to share your screen.
Il y a des faux soins.
Ah, sur l'explique.
Mmh.
J'ai pris la dernière fois. Ça va être super.
Tu sais, tu peux juste mettre une surface dedans.
Ouais. So um, so here we are. Maybe first you can just try to speak just to be sure I hear you correctly? Hello.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There's no sound. No.
Yes, but it's very, very. Let's try. The video is playing.
Yeah, but there's no sound.
Now some out. So. Do something. There's a guy. Maybe we can try this way. Maybe you can share your slide. Even if the sound is from one side, I share it.
We also add different images to envision how work could change by 2030. There is this TV light.
Just for the slide. Like that. You? Share. Already? For the first time, because one or one? One. You are with whom? Can you check outside? Yeah, maybe not a good time, but it's the last time. No. What is that? The text? What about it? Yeah. Still we can record it. We have five people. I think you can go. Okay. Right. Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to aMS Manila. And welcome to the next session, which is on how AI is going to transform collaboration in meeting spaces. Now, of course, AI is a big topic today, right? And there's been a lot of excitement around what Microsoft has announced, Copilot. So this session is really around Copilot, but specifically focused on collaboration and meeting spaces. Right. So I'm not touching on Copilot for the other applications, but I'll be focusing on the collaboration aspect of Copilot and how AI is actually also being brought into spaces by Microsoft and also hardware vendors as well. So my name is Brandon Kwok. I'm MVP for Office Apps and Services, and I've been so for past 10 years. So first of all, thanks to our sponsors, and without these sponsors, we will not be able to conduct this event. So very thank you to all our partners and sponsors out there. So Before I begin, really want to cover a bit on work trend index report, and well, I just pick out two of the items that were actually very interesting in my opinion, right? And one of the things was that when ChatGPT first came out last year in May, people were great, it was fantastic, and people loved it. But also there's a group of people who were very worried that AI might actually take away their jobs. And so in the work trend report in 2022, they actually surveyed a group of business leaders and asked them the question like what they would value most about AI in the workplace. And surprisingly enough, right, the least number of people or business leaders valued reducing headcount as a value for AI. Right, so reducing headcount was the list of priorities for in terms of the group of people that were asked. Right, in fact, majority of the business leaders, right, actually looked at AI to actually increase productivity amongst a lot of the other things like employee well-being and also eliminating time spent on low-value activities. Right, so reducing headcount was actually one of the least value that business leaders thought AI would bring to the workplace. And that's so in a sense that we don't have to worry so much that AI will take away our jobs. Yeah, sure, some jobs might be taken away because of AI, but that's not really the focus and value that business leaders are actually looking to for AI to replace for the value that AI brings to the workplace, right? So don't worry, I think AI is here to help us to make our lives better, to improve our productivity. And so this image that you see on the right here was actually generated using AI. Right? So I used the Bing Chat with the DALL-E 3 engine, and I just said, give me an image of a AI robot taking minutes, and then it generated this image for me, right? So no longer I have to go and search the internet for images that I want to put in my PowerPoint slide, and worry about copyright issues. So I can just generate the image that I want just straight away from AI. It's so easy and convenient to use, right? And it generates an image for me. If I like it, I use it. If I don't like it, I just ask it to create another image. Right, so that is one thing, right? So AI is actually business leaders looking to increase employee productivity. That is the most majority of business leaders, and the least number of them were looking to reduce headcount based on the work trend report. The next interesting thing about the work trend report was also then they went ahead and asked employees how AI would actually help them in their work, right? And then there's a list of things that came up, and saving time was one of the top, hopes or top aspirations of people, which they felt that AI was actually going to be helping them, right? And so this is not an AI generated image. This is an AI generated talking avatar, right? And instead of me explaining to you the summary of that finding, let me just play the video so you can listen to the AI tell you what was the results of this particular question in terms of what employees would value most about AI in their workplace, right? So let me go ahead and play this. Oops, no sound.
Work could change by 2030. Changes they value most. People imagine producing high-quality work in half the time, 33%, being able to understand the most valuable ways to spend their time, 33%, being able to make the most valuable. We also asked employees and managers to envision how work could change by 2030. Their answers paint a bright future, fueled by AI.
Okay, so
when asked what changes they value most, people imagine producing high-quality work in half the time, 33%. Being able to understand.
So I think because of the sound, I'm going to stop playing because there's some echo. We're trying to figure out why. But essentially, this.
Valuable ways to spend their time. 26%
So this was the results of the particular question that were asked to people, like what they valued about AI in to help them do their work properly, right? So this, rather than me having to present to you or talk to you about the results, here is an AI that's actually telling you the same information that I'm going to tell you. So she's obviously speaking better than I do. Her English is much better than mine, and she's definitely more pretty than I am. So AI, in the future, maybe I can just use this avatar to actually do a presentation, right? Because definitely people look at her and listen to her compared to me. But essentially, this is actually I just need to put in the text that I wanted the AI to speak, and then it will generate this video for me, right? And so AI is really helping people to be productive, right? And as explained in the Work Trend Index report, you can actually work out this particular report, actually review this in more detail. So this particular video was generated using a tool called Canva. Right, if you're interested, go to canva.com and sign up, and you can generate nice videos like this. So in future, you don't have to present something if you don't feel like it. You just need to type in what you want to present and let the AI do the work for you. And also, I'm hearing echo in the room, so I'm just going to continue speaking and try to let the technical guys figure it out. So Copilot has been announced. So Microsoft's introduction to, or rather Microsoft's provision service offering for AI in the M365 world is Copilot. And really, it's actually been announced recently that it will be generally available on November 1st, 2023, and included at $30 per user per month. Right? So that is the current plan. And so my focus on Copilot is really not on all of the apps. So if you look at Copilot, it covers, is available on Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams, and Loop as well. Right, so because my focus in this session is really on collaboration, so I'm only going to talk about how specifically Copilot will help in Outlook and in Teams. And also later on we'll talk about the meeting rooms itself. So in terms of Copilot
in Outlook can help you prioritize your time and stay on top of it.
One of the things that I love about the Outlook Copilot is the ability to actually follow a meeting. So one of the things that I don't know about you, but I always get conflicting invites. So I will get an invitation from two different organizers at the same time on the same day. Right. So in the past, I wouldn't be able to attend both meetings. I would have to attend one meeting and then ask the organizer of the other meeting to reschedule, and they will have to reschedule with the other people in the meeting as well. And it will be such a problem. And usually, it's not it won't be rescheduled, right? But now with Outlook, with Copilot and Outlook, I can actually attend both meetings at the same time. Right. So I don't have to miss any of the stuff. So how it works is that I will ask the Copilot to attend on my behalf. So let's run a video to show you how this actually works.
Meetings. Here, you've been invited to a meeting that conflicts with another meeting you're already attending. Clearly, you can only attend one. From the meeting invite, you can choose to RSVP with follow. Switching over to your calendar, you can see that you're now following this meeting. Once the meeting starts on Teams, the organizer will receive a notification to record the meeting because someone is following them. Now, after the meeting is done and the recording is ready, Copilot will notify you that the meeting recap is ready for you to review. You can then ask Copilot some questions about the meeting, like, summarize this meeting, or, are there any action items for me? That way you can stay on top of things as if you were present during the meeting.
So it's really like having an AI version of yourself, attending the meeting that you can't attend, and then you can go back in there and then get all the necessary information to follow up, to review the recording, the transcript. It's really, really powerful how AI is going to, Copilot is going to actually help me to be a lot more productive and attend multiple meetings at the same time, as though I'm virtually there, but I'm actually not there. So, there's also something called Teams Premium, right? So Teams Premium is also available, in fact, it's already available today. You don't have to wait for it. So it's actually a lower cost as well, $7 per user per month. Versus Copilot is actually going at $30 per user per month. But bear in mind that Copilot is not just for Teams, right? It spreads across, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and Outlook and Loop and Teams, right? So it is not just Teams, but it's actually a lot more applications. So that's why it's a slightly higher price. But I think at $30 per user per month, in terms of the value that you get, is definitely worth it. So Teams Premium is actually available at $7 and actually already gives you some AI features, like for example, it automatically provides you with intelligent summaries, right, and action items of meetings for the Team Premium users, right? And so it also creates in the recording itself, it actually allows you to actually quickly navigate the recordings, so you can jump straight to particular topics or who said what at what time. You don't know what your colleague said or what your boss said. You can straight away go to that portion where your boss or your colleague started speaking, and then you can actually view the recording from there. So it makes you a lot more productive by reviewing meeting recordings compared to in the past you had to read through or go through the entire meeting recording to really understand what was going on. You can now jump straight into the portions that are interesting to you, right? Whereas Copilot, on the other hand, is actually more interactive, right? It is not. It allows you to actually ask Copilot to do things for you, right? Tailored to your prompts, right? So it gives you on-the-mind insights. It goes beyond summarization. You can ask Copilot to create, lists or action items or execute certain actions or proactively make suggestions for you, right? So Copilot is a lot more powerful, a lot more interactive in terms of what you can customize and what you want to ask the AI to actually do for you, right? So that's why it's a lot more powerful and a lot more ability to actually do a lot more things. Right, so again, for intelligent recap, it's really pretty much just automatically getting the meeting notes, action items, and able to generate an auto-generated immersive recap of the recording itself. Right, so you can skim chapters, meeting topics. You can actually there'll be actually places where it will actually show you where your name was mentioned. Right, so you can quickly jump to there and listen to who actually assigned you a certain task. Right, maybe at the end of the meeting, you suddenly got a whole list of action items to do, and you don't know who actually was the one who assigned you those. You can quickly jump to that portion of the meeting where your name was mentioned, right? Copilot again allows you to actually interactively ask it to recap the discussion itself. It can ask you the decisions that are made, and why decisions were made that way. Suggest questions and even identify project and timeline conflicts, right? So it's a lot more interactive, a lot more powerful. You can actually ask Copilot to brainstorm and create lists and diagrams and things like that. So very, very powerful, allow you to get deeper insight into the conversation of the meeting itself, right? So Copilot is a lot more powerful in that respect. So here is an example of a Copilot in action in a Teams meeting. Sorry, in Teams Premium, sorry, not Teams Premium.
Do you need to catch up on a meeting you missed or review the key points from when you attend? Intelligent Recap in Teams Premium leverages AI to deliver personalized highlights that help you discover information that matters to you most. Intelligent Recap in Teams will be available after and provides all your meeting artifacts in one place. You can access it from the calendar view or the new Recap tab. First, you'll notice that you can watch the meeting recording directly from the recap page. You can also choose to watch the recording in Microsoft Stream. To help you navigate the meeting recording more efficiently, personalized timeline markers that only you can see display markers within the video when you joined or left the meeting, when your name was mentioned, and when your screen was shared. You can also see moments when your name was mentioned on the App Mentions tab on the right side. Below the video, you will find additional tabs that help you jump to different points in the video recording. The first tab is the Speakers tab, which shows you speaker timeline markers for who spoke during the meeting, when they spoke, and allows you to jump to that moment. Speaker timeline markers are intelligently organized by who you work most closely with, so you never miss feedback shared from your manager in the meeting again. The Topics tab identifies keywords and topics from the meeting and the timestamp where they were discussed. The Chapters tab divides the meeting into sections, so you can skim the key content and figure what sections that you're most interested in. On the recap page, you can also find the shared content from the meeting.
Alright, so this is Teams Premium.
Below the shared content, you will find more highlights from the meeting, including loop notes. The Notes tab will have any manual notes that were captured in loop. On the AI Notes tab, you'll see key points and takeaways after the meeting with AI-generated notes automatically created and powered by GPT. Below suggested notes, you'll find suggested tasks. Follow-up is easy with AI-generated tasks and action items automatically suggested for you. Lastly, you can use the transcripts and the chat tabs to access the meeting transcript and the meeting contents.
Alright, so that's Teams Premium, so you can see all the stuff that comes with it. right? So this, I said Teams Room is already available today. Okay, so let's go on to the Copilot itself. Right? So Copilot in Teams goes a lot more powerful, right? In terms of being able to actually prompt, give you ability to ask the Copilot questions during the meeting itself, right? So during the meeting itself, right, you can actually summarize if you join late in the meeting, you can actually ask Copilot to summarize do a quick summary of what's going on so far. You can actually ask it to create a table of pros and cons for a certain topic, right, as something that's being discussed, right, and also ask what decisions were made and what are some suggested next steps, right. And so this is actually Copilot in the Teams meeting itself, right. So it's interactive, it's real time. You can actually ask Copilot questions and summarize things for you, and then catch up on stuff that you may have missed. And so this is very useful, I believe. Right? Sometimes maybe in a meeting you're distracted by an email or a message, and you suddenly missed what the person was just said. Previously, maybe your boss was asking a question, and you maybe missed that question because you were distracted. You can quickly go to Copilot and say, what did my boss just say? Right? And then he will tell you, then he'll ask you to catch up on what you might have missed. And so how Copilot works under the scenes is really complicated. It's actually not very complicated, right? But just to summarize, right, you've got a prompt that you can ask Copilot. Right, Copilot will actually go into pre-processing mode, where it actually goes into graph to actually get all your relevant data based on the semantic index. And then it sends it over to the large language model to actually generate the text response. And then it comes back into post-processing again for the grounding work, so that make sure there's a reducing of hallucinations. And then finally it gives you that response back to you in real time, almost in near real time, right? So again, your customer data is not used to train the model that you use for your LLM, right? And again, also there's actually called RAI, or responsible AI, and actually it's actually built into the system to make sure that security, and it's actually all not the wrong messages are being sent from the AI to the end user. Right. So the important thing is that your data remains your data, right? So Microsoft itself has no access to your data. It is not being used to train the AI model, right? That's used to generate the text response. And again, your data, whether it's in Outlook or in your chat, your emails, your calendar, your OneDrive, you're all being protected by the M365 enterprise compliance and security controls, right? So again, you can use it with there's fairness and transparency, with accountability, right? And so you can use it with confidence that your data is being protected, even though you've got the AI helping you to do your work every step of the way. So let's move on to so far we talked about AI or Copilot as in terms of individual productivity, right? How it actually helps you as an individual using your laptop in Teams, in Outlook applications, right? But what about if you have to attend a meeting in a meeting room itself, right? And so Microsoft is also bringing Copilot and AI features into those meeting rooms, right? So you're not using a laptop, but still you are able to actually enjoy a lot of the AI and intelligent features that Microsoft is bringing to the Teams room solution, as well as by Microsoft software and also by hardware vendors to actually provide the hardware for the Teams room solution. So what is in the Teams room? Teams room is actually a dedicated piece of appliance, right? It's a modern that builds a modern meeting space, brings together digital workspaces, and actually allows you to have the Microsoft software that's running in the hardware itself, right, in the appliance itself, but also it comes with the room experience, right? That includes speakers, microphones, cameras, and touch controllers in the meeting room itself. So it gives you that immersive and engaging meeting experience, right? So in the past, this would be just a simple, camera, speaker, and mic and display, right? But today, Teams rooms actually are infused with a lot of AI features, both from Microsoft and from hardware vendors itself. So what are some of these AI features that you can find in the Teams room today? Well, first of all, you've got things like Microsoft Cloud Intelligent. Where Microsoft uses the power of the cloud or in Azure itself to actually take a legacy or older camera that does not have the ability to actually zoom in very much, or ability to actually provide you close-up views of individuals and put them into individual squares. Right, so Microsoft is using power of software AI to actually identify the users in the room, zoom in on them, and actually piece them together in a frame that is actually allows you to see the person in a close-up view. Right, so for hybrid work, this is really good.
because you look almost the same as the one that's using the webcam on the PC or the laptop, right? So again, these are actually meant for older cameras that do not have any intelligence built in. Right, later on I'll cover some of the newer cameras that have a lot of intelligence built in that you do not need to require to use this Cloud IntelliFrame. But Cloud IntelliFrame is available for a selected list of older cameras. Actually, you can find the list of cameras in the URL there. And it can actually show up to 8 people framed within the composite stream, right? So one of the things that you know about, one thing to notice about Cloud IntelliFrame is that it's using the software completely in the cloud, right? And actually, one of the things that you notice that in the room itself, although you can see close-up views of the people in the room, for example, here's a 4-person room, 4 people in the room, and it actually zooms into the 4 persons, but it's not able to identify who the person is. Notice when it closes, when it actually zooms in, you do not see any names or labels associated with that person. Compared to the next picture, which is actually Cloud IntelliFrame, where you have Microsoft Intelligent cameras with intelligent multi-stream, right? So this is actually not just purely relying on software itself, but also relying on the hardware itself. Right? So it has to couple. I hear my own echo. So it couples with the hardware. It couples with the hardware and the software itself, right? So you notice that when you have an intelligent camera that Microsoft has actually put out in terms of some of the hardware vendors to actually develop this, right? You have an intelligent camera together with something called IntelliFrame multi-stream. You're able to actually identify the people in the room itself. Right, so here you've got a meeting room of 4 persons, but if you compare this with the previous screen, you notice that each person in the room is actually being identified with, and you've got the name label of that person in the room itself. Right, so you know who is in the room and you know who is speaking, and this is actually important because when you do intelligent recap, you need to be able to know who said what in the room. Right, so that's why this people identification within the room itself is actually very important. Right here, example, you can see that in a Teams client or remote user, you can see the room itself. You can see the close-up view of the 4-person, right? So you can see the facial expressions better. You know who it is because there's a name label there, and you also have a panoramic view at the bottom there to give you the full context of who are the people in the room itself, right? And so here in the meeting roster, the participants, you can actually see the names. Right, and why is this important? Again, like I said, because when you do Copilot, when you do a summary, right, you ask Copilot a question, right, Copilot is able to identify, right, these are the people in the room, and they said this, like, for example, Serena and Corey plan to have a lot of discussion. Right? So without this people identification, right, this kind of intelligent meeting recap will not be possible. It's an intelligent response from Copilot will not be possible, right? So how does it actually recognize the users? It actually uses facial recognition, right, to recognize who are the people and then put a name to that person. And it also uses the voice recognition itself, voice AI to actually do a transcript so it knows who actually said what in the meeting room itself. Right? So this ability to actually recognize the face and also recognize the voice using the profile, face profile and voice profile is actually what's being used to actually identify the users and also have the intelligent transcript to know who said what in the meeting, right? So this is essential for Copilot and also intelligent recap, right? And again, this is actually a combination of both the hardware and the software that's able to achieve this kind of features within the Teams environment, in Teams room environment, right? So intelligent camera hardware with IntelliFrame multi-stream, right? So one of the things that I mentioned just now was that you have to create your voice profile and your face profile, right? And so the user actually has to voluntarily go into Teams and actually go into the recognition tab and actually start to create the voice profile and the facial profile, right? If you don't create this, right, it actually the system will not be able to identify the user or your voice, right? So this is actually one of the things that Microsoft did specifically, that they want the user to actually do this, go through this step because of privacy issues, right? If you actually capture the person's voice and facial profile without the person knowing, it could be a violation of the privacy laws within that country, right? So by having the user to actually go in there and actually manually register their facial profile and their voice profile, you make sure that this is actually what the user wants to do, so there is no violation of any privacy laws, right? So again, once you register your facial profile, and it will be able to identify you in a meeting, and And once you register your voice profile, you'll be able to do transcript analysis and be able to know that you said what or who said what during the meeting itself, so it can give you that intelligent transcript and give you that co-pilot experience, be able to say who said what and what are the actions to do. So this is actually one of the key things that you need to be aware of, that this has to be done, right? So currently in the market today, there's only one particular piece of hardware that is actually capable of doing this, and this is actually the Yearling device that you see on the screen here. It's the Smart Vision 60, right? And so this particular device is one of the what we call intelligent camera, and coupled with the intelligent multi-stream is actually able to give you that experience that I just spoke about, right? So let's actually watch the video, right, of how this thing works. So here you've got the meeting itself, right? There is no audio in this meeting, so the camera is sitting in the center of the room. But you notice that this is what the experience that you have. 4 people in the room, but it's able to do a close-up, it's able to identify the users, right? And then when the person actually stands up to actually present on the whiteboard, it zooms in on that person itself. Right, again, you've got the participant list within the Teams environment, right? And then again, you can go to Copilot and you can ask questions, right? If you ask for a recap, it will actually tell you, okay, you've got this lead time, and then you've got this recyclable thing, and then you've got Serena and Corey plan a follow-up discussion. Right? So it's actually the reason why it's able to do this, because it's able to identify the user in the room itself. Right? So again, a lot of intelligence, a lot of AI that's been working behind the scenes to make this actually happen. So, right, so apart from actually having an intelligent camera, you've also got Teams hardware that's actually intelligent as well. So a lot of vendors have been working with Microsoft to actually build in a lot of intelligent features into the hardware itself, so it doesn't depend necessarily on the software completely. Right? Of course, in many cases, we work together with the software, right, to give you the AI experience, but sometimes even without the software, the camera itself has got a lot of hardware intelligence built into the system, right? So there are 3 particular areas of camera hardware that I want to talk about in this next section. The first one is actually a combination of front of room and center of room cameras, right? So one of the problems that this particular combination solves is that you've got if you just have a front of room camera, right? Everyone has to look at the screen in order for you to capture the person's face, right? But what if they actually turn to the left or turn to the right to actually talk to their co-workers or the other participants in the room itself, right? In this case, the front of room camera is not going to be able to capture the front of the face, right? So that's where the center of table or center of room camera comes into play, where it's able to actually intelligently switch between the front of room and the center of room to give you the best view of the person, right? Now that is a combination of front of room and center of room, right? You also have, if you don't have center of room, it's still possible to have AI features. For example, you have just a single front of room camera. You can still do intelligent things like framing the active speaker, doing people framing and doing group framing as well, right? And if you have additional features, like you can also do things like inclusion and exclusion zones, so you can actually identify the people in the room that you want to focus on rather than other people that's not in the room. Right? So for example, you have a room with glass walls, right? You don't want to capture people that's walking outside, so that's where you can have the perimeters being set onto those hardware itself. So all these are actually built into the hardware itself. So I'm going to go through a couple of vendors that actually provide some of these solutions, right? To give you that actually provide some of these front of room camera and center of room camera combination, and also single front of room camera and also inclusion and exclusion zones. So the first one is actually in terms of both the front of room and center of room combination. And one of the vendors that are doing this is actually Logitech. So I'm going to run you a very quick video of how the Logitech front of room and center of room solution actually gives you that experience.
Today's hybrid meetings aren't perfect. With more people returning and meeting back in the office, remote participants often can't see the in-room action, especially in larger or longer rooms. While most of these rooms have a front-of-room camera, what happens when participants turn to talk to each other at the table? Or if someone leans in and blocks the person behind them? We think meetings can be better. That's why we're excited to tell you about Logitech's site. It sits at the center of the table and works together with our front-of-room Rally Bar or Rally Bar mini camera to consistently deliver a front face from the center. No more side of the face, no more body blocking. With sight, we are placed right in the middle of the action. Then, as people start to address the remote participants, our front and center system uses built-in AI to choose the better angle. And you can enable smart switching to ensure the best front-facing perspective, whether that's from sight or the rally bar. It's not just front, it's not just center, it's front and center.
Okay, so that's a combination of front of room and center of room. So Logitech is not the only vendor that's doing this. We also have other vendors like Neat that's doing this as well. So I'm not going to play the video for Neat because of interest of time. We're going to focus on the next aspect, which is just front of if you have just a front of room camera. Right? So what happens if you don't have front of room and center of room camera, but rather you're just looking at a single front of room camera. Okay, this is the Neat solution. So what happens if you have just a single front room camera? Yes, you can also do intelligent features as well. So here is another example of just a single front room camera, but it actually has 3 lenses to it. This is actually the Jabra solution. So again, a very short video on how the intelligence has been built into the Jabra front room camera.
With virtual collaboration, nearly half of remote participants feel disconnected when not in the meeting room. Panicast 50 bridges that digital divide to reinvent your meeting experience. For a natural and like your there feel that makes hybrid working work. Our intelligent Zoom uses a complete 180-degree field of view and dynamic framing to see and include everyone in the room and their big ideas. For less, sorry, who said that? And more, yeah, I like that. Our virtual director uses a powerful 8-microphone array to detect and track the active speaker for a cinematic feel that follows the natural flow, keeping the team connected and engaged. Our dynamic composition uses powerful AI capabilities to generate close-ups of those in the meeting room for a collaboration experience that's truly face-to-face, where everyone feels equal and like they're in the same room, even when they're not. Built-in whiteboard content camera streams whiteboard content and the team in the meeting at the same time, giving them a front row seat from any seat. So teams perform like they're together, even when they're working from anywhere. This is collaboration in the age of hybrid working. This is video conferencing. Reinvented. This is Jabra Panicast 50.
So as you can see, with just a single front of room camera, you can also have a lot of AI features. So you don't necessarily always need to have a front of room and center of room camera itself. So here's another example of just a single front of room camera, and it gives you different framing technologies that are within the room itself.
It's important to provide the flexibility and experiences that meet the needs of hybrid work.
That's why Poly Director AI offers a flexible experience to make sure each unique meeting is optimized for the product, no matter where you're joining in. Whether you're having an active back and forth discussion, or your meeting has a few main speakers who will spend most of the time talking. Poly Director AI uses advanced machine learning for maximum meeting quality.
Okay, so this is the solution from Poly. Again, it's built into the hardware itself, so it does not rely on Azure software to actually do that. So there's also things what we call inclusion exclusion zones. Again, like this solves the problem when you have a glass wall and you want to exclude people that's standing outside the room. You can actually use this feature that's available in some of the camera hardware. And this particular video is from Poly, but there are also other vendors that actually do the same inclusion exclusion zones as well. Right? So let's go to the video to show you how this is.
Environments that are designed around openness and collaboration, blocking glass walls, are great for in-person meetings, but they can be really tough on hybrid video games.
Well, we might understand the boundaries of an open conferencing space or glass walls. Some smart camera technology might not. Now while we can't control distractions that happen outside of our conferencing space, with our newest feature, Polydirector AI Perimeter, we can't handle how the camera reacts to them.
Administrators will set the perimeter for the conference room. We'll define the space. Once that space is defined, our framing logic will figure out who's inside the perimeter and who's outside. It will frame those who are inside.
With Polydirector AI Perimeter, avoid unexpected visitors to your meeting and keep your meeting on track.
So the last part of this session, right, is going to be around audio, right? So you've seen a lot of things about video and the camera, be able to be intelligent, framing the people, automatically doing compositions and identifying the users. So what about audio, right? So audio is also equally important in a meeting room, right? So you need to be able to hear people in the meeting room properly. And so sometimes that can be disrupted by things like camera hardware, sorry, it's not camera, things like aircon noises, things like aircon noises, aircon vents or paper shuffling, people typing on keyboards. All these are actually noises that can be transmitted to the far side, right? So within the meeting room, you've got things like noise block technology using AI to recognize human voices. So that actually filters out only the human voices that get sent to the far side, right? So all these things like paper shuffling, aircon vents, fan noises, all these will be blocked out using AI recognition, right? Another thing is actually sound reflection as well. So a lot of times meeting rooms are actually, especially those with glass walls, glass panels, or they reflect a lot of sound. So within the room itself, there's a lot of echo that you can hear, right? And so a lot of times this echo is being transmitted to the far side. And if you listen for a long time, you can actually get a lot of it becomes very distracting, right, when you have all this echo. So sound reflection reduction is actually another one of the features in AI that they use it, because the AI can differentiate between the actual voice versus the echo itself, right? So rather than having to put in acoustic panels and acoustic curtains, acoustic treatment of the walls, then you can just use AI to actually reduce the echo itself, right? So the next two videos, the last two, is about how noise block AI is actually being used, or AI is being used to filter out noises, and also how AI is being used to reduce the echoing in the room itself, right? So I'm going to play the video.
Distracting noises are one of the biggest challenges during video. Keyboards typing, paper shuffling, and HVAC sounds can keep point across clearly. Poly's noise block AI technology helps prevent these sounds from interrupting your call. Let's show you an example. This is a real video call using a Poly video conferencing system. As you can hear, with this fan turbine, it's pretty loud, much louder than even a ton of HVAC problems you'll encounter in most meetings. Let's turn on Noise Block AI to hear the difference. As you can hear, the noise is mostly gone. Even when I'm talking, not only is it a better experience for everyone else on our call, but Noise Block AI also means I don't have to worry about muting and unmuting all the time. We can focus on our conversations and not on any distractions. And if Noise Block AI can overcome this, just imagine how it will look in meeting spaces. To learn more, visit us at poly.com.
So this is actually how AI is blocking off the noises, and the last video is actually on how AI is actually blocking off reflections, right? So you've got this example, we have a room, there's a lot of glass panels and maybe the ceiling is also very smooth. So you've got all this echo that's being bouncing across the room itself, so it's actually very distracting and actually creates a lot of stress on the ears, hearing as well. So in the past you had to use acoustic treatment to the room itself and spend money to do that, but now with AI, because AI can differentiate between the voice and the echo, you can use it to actually reduce all this echoing. So again, last video for today is actually on how AI will actually reduce all this echoing noises.
Reverberation can be a major issue in video calls, especially in larger spaces that have a lot of glass walls, like we see here. And you might notice even more as people start to move away from microphones or you talk to someone who's sitting more in the back. Typically, to remove these audio artifacts, they would require acoustic handling or complex hardware microphone arrays. These can be very costly and very costly to install.
Now, with voice clarity must come from both. Reverbs can be removed from both the audio and audio. So let's start with voice press the app in this town hall, and you should be able to immediately get a difference.
And this is true even for those who are sitting further away from the microphones. You should still sound close and clear, even if you're turning away from someone who's sitting in the back.
Right, so there's using AI too. You use the voice, the echoing, so you can hear people a lot much clearer. And so that's all I have, and we did on time, 1:15. So hopefully this session was informative, and I don't think we have time for any Q&A, so I'll just end here. But I'll just be hanging around. In case you have any questions, do feel free to come to me and we can discuss it. Right. So with that, I'd like to close off this session. Thank you for joining, and hope you have a great rest of the day. So, thank you.
Sorry? It's coming. On break now. Yeah, no, there is a small break, but we are trying to make a video with a photo with all the speakers. So if you are there.
Now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
now.
okay.
On the gadget. Sorry. Is that takeaway or?
Not sure. I'm not sure.
Patrick, is such a giveaway?
It's supposed to be for attendees mostly, but maybe tonight there will be some remaining. So it was Microsoft gift, so yeah.
What's the size? M. So shall I take a picture?
Yeah, sure.
That's cool, yes.
Do you know if Paul is around? No. Okay, no problem. You want to come for a speaker?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll babysit.
play some video?
No, because
Slide or demo?
slide and demo, yeah.
Because sound is terrible. We are not able to make it correct.
But the one I like said streaming or
No, no. But even, even without streaming, it can be challenging.
we go for a little lunch.
Yeah, okay, no problem. You serve it.
Do you want anything, Patrick? I think so. You're okay?
Usap ko si Tanel. Sige lang, power video. Wala ko power video na mga tao. Pinapa-upload ko. Sige, kaya na siya. Tupang ka.
Is it working?
May import o developer. CDPM. Ito ang ginagamit. JavaScript. So, tawag yung process ito. Easy. Easy pa. Tanong ako kay Amanda. Sino yung mag-trade sa amin? Kasi yung lead na ito ay binigay sa amin. Alam namin. Wala ka training. Hinahanas mo na namin yung training. Sa Power BI, mag-import. Wait lang. Okay ko na. Tapos ang na.
Son milieu, c'était court qu'il y a. C'est bizarre parce que ce matin, il n'y avait pas quoi. Moi, quand j'ai passé, j'ai pas
Bizarre, hein.
fait ma vidéo, j'ai eu aucun problème.
Ouais.
Ils ont changé quelque chose, je pense que c'est.
Je sais pas, dans le settings.
Ouais, c'est bizarre.
Mais toi, ça marchait sur le HDMI 1 ou 2? C'est
Moi,
le 2, toi, je
j'étais
crois.
sur le. Non, j'étais sur le 1.
C'est sur le 1?
Il me semble, ouais.
Sorry?
I'm just gonna take my lunch outside.
Yeah, yeah, sure. See you.
See you. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
À un moment, ça marchait, c'était le HDMI 1, mais en appuyant sur le bouton, c'était le 2. Donc je sais pas ce qu'il y avait comme mess.
Alors bon, par contre, j'ai pas regardé l'étiquette, hein.
Ouais.
Mais c'est vrai que quand j'ai choisi,
D'accord.
en fait, sur le truc, sur le contrôle, là, c'était 1.
Ouais.